Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the October 30th Committee of Council. Hope everybody is having a good week. We have a whole bunch of councillors who are dressed up today in the Halloween costumes. Everybody's looking really good except me because I'm not in a costume. But we got a busy agenda today. And so we're going to begin with the approval of the agenda. Does anybody have anything that they want to add or delete from the agenda today? Councillor Fatini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add Mr. Peter Robinson. He wants to delegate.
Sure.
Sorry.
Okay, so delegation from Mr. Peter Robertson.
So, Mr. Chair, that would be proposed delegation 6.9 on today's agenda. There are a number of changes that are on the proposed consolidated agenda. There is an added delegation of 6.8 in regard to Healthy Communities Initiative. So, Councillor Fortini's proposal would be 6.9.
Okay. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much. I would like to just add a discussion item under economic development regarding the pumpkin party.
So which item would that be?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that would be proposed item 7.3.3 under Economic Development and Culture section.
Okay, Mayor Brown.
Just to say, in regards to Councillor Fortini's suggestion, could we have move that up the agenda so it's the first deputation out of respect for our former mayor? I think he's had to endure enough council meetings over the years that we should make sure we get to him expeditiously.
Sure, we'll get to him first. Is that all, Mayor Brown? Is that all?
Yep.
Okay, Councillor Fortini, you back on the board? Okay, and I also have an item I'd like to add, which is population growth projections.
So, Mr. Chair, that would be proposed item under Corporate Services 7.3.4.
Okay, moved by Councillor Medeiros. All in favor of the approval of the agenda? See some hands. That carries. Declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Is there any item on the agenda today where anybody would like to declare a conflict of interest? Seeing none. Councillor Williams, are you on the board?
Yes. Thank you, through you, Chair. I'm going to declare a conflict in the abundance of caution. My staff actually has worked very closely with the delegation on requesting for Brampton safety, the sports attitude, fitness, engagement. So in the abundance of caution, I'm going to declare.
What item is that, sir?
Item delegation 6.4.
Oh, okay. Seeing no other speakers, we'll move to consent agenda. Anybody want to get on the board for this? Move anything in or out of consent? Councillor Singh?
Yeah, I was gonna move 8.2.1 in consent, but seeing some discussion may further be warranted, I'd like to defer it to January.
So you want to defer 8.2.1?
Yeah.
So we'd have to wait till we come to that item, is that correct? Or can we just defer that now?
On a vote.
So through you, Mr. Chair, if a deferral motion is moved, instead of adding to consent, it's non-debatable, so we take a vote immediately.
Yeah.
If the vote carries, then it's deferred. I guess we need a specific date. Is there a
January council meeting.
January council meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Committee of council meeting.
The first committee of council meeting in January.
I think the first committee of council, the mayor and I might not be here.
Okay,
So you want to do
second.
towards the end of January?
Yeah, end of
Okay.
January.
It's 8.2.1. So there is it's been moved by Councillor Singh to defer 8.2.1 to
And
the end of the last committee of council of January. 29th, right?
Yeah.
Is everybody okay? All in favor? Okay, so that carries. Yep. So 8.2.1 was a report back, information report back on the deputy mayor position model. So it's been moved to the Committee of Council for January the 29th. Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I'm wondering if we could put 8.2.2 and 9.4.1 into consent. 9.4.1 is the correspondence from the TRCA regarding the trail strategy, and 8.2.2 is the report. Sorry, I'm just trying to find it here. Accessibility report. Plan, Municipal Accessibility Plan 2019 to 2025.
So Councillor Santos has requested that we put 8.2.2 and 9.4.1 into consent. There's nobody else on the board. Councillor Santos, would you like to move the consent?
Sure.
All in favor? That carries. So we're on to announcements now. 4.1, which is from the Journey Neighborhood Center in regards to the Ride for Refuge fundraiser results. And so the council sponsor is Councilor Bowman. Would you like to speak now or after? Okay. Welcome.
Good morning.
Got 5 minutes, thanks.
Yeah, and thanks for the opportunity.
2 minutes.
2 minutes, yes, I'm always aware of that. I'm not recognizing anybody here this morning from, I was here a month ago, but you're looking a little different, but hope you're enjoying Halloween. A month ago, I was here to just to share with you a fundraising event called the Ride for Refuge. And I'm Steve Allen, I'm with the Journey Neighborhood Center, and we work in the Argland and Orenda communities to, as our mission statement says, to bring hope and transformation to those neighborhoods. And I wanted to come back today just to want to thank you for your support, acknowledge the support of the city staff in helping make this event a success. It was obviously essential, and we had a very successful day. As a reminder, the ride is actually both a ride or a walk. We use the Etobicoke Creek Trail. We almost tripled the results from the previous year with 207 participants, 73 volunteers, and for the journey we raised over $24,000. Other participating charities, there were 8 of them, raised more than $23,000. We had excellent feedback from the participants. In particular, they enjoyed using the trail. Many of them were not familiar with that resource that we have in our city, and I want to continue to grow the ride with the support of the city. And to our challenge for next year, I'm a bit competitive, so we're going to try and double our goal, and I'll be looking for continued support. Thanks to those of you who participated, or pardon me, who attended. Next year, the challenge will be to participate. And then just briefly to wrap up, just to indicate, it's more than money. It's about making a difference in the community. This summer has been a challenge with, there's several townhomes on Argland Drive that have had to be evacuated due to fire bylaw. So 58 households have had to leave, and the closing date is tomorrow for about 6 months while renovations are being undertaken. And the Journey has advocated and worked with the city and the Region Appeal to ensure that every family has a place to go. As of yesterday, I was only aware of one household that still was finalizing their plans. But I want to recognize the support of the city and the Region Appeal for that effort to ensure those families are taken care of. So once again, thanks very much, and appreciate this opportunity to be here again today.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Steve, for all the great work you do at the Journey. It was, I guess it was a year ago we met to try and figure out how to make this thing bigger and better, and you guys did it.
Yes.
So I'm looking forward to our next meeting where we can double it again.
Exactly.
And just congratulations. It's funding that's going to a very, very good source.
Yeah. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So there are no other announcements. We're going to move to government relations matters, 5.1, which is a briefing report from Lowell Rubin Vaughn. Welcome, Lowell.
Thank you very much, and through you, Chair. I was going to joke that I'm dressed as a government relations official, so thank you very much for making me feel very much comfortable here this morning. Through the Chair, I know that there's a heavy agenda, so I'll try to get through this as quickly as possible, but there are a couple of items that I wanted to just take a slight pause and just spend a few moments on. Tomorrow is committee day at the region. There's a couple of committees that are taking place. This is the first place where I want to pause. This is just in relations to last week's announcement regarding the results of the regional government review. This is part of the reason why I don't like to speculate, because provincial and federal governments can make announcements whenever they so choose. From the City of Brampton perspective, we're extraordinarily excited to say that the provincial decision does support the City of Brampton's position in terms of staying and keeping the region appeal intact. I really want to just point out thank you to Council for taking the leadership on here. I would like to thank the province for actually listening, also to acknowledge probably the great work that Michael Fenn and Ken Sealing did as they drafted the report. They had over 8,500 submissions. And I also wanted to once again thank staff. This was really busy 6 weeks, so I want to thank Commissioner Patari, Dave Sutton, our treasurer, as well as the countless number of staff that spent quite a lot of time over a six-week period of providing a lot of information. And I think that really strengthened the Ernst & Young report. So again, I just really want to recognize and to appreciate the work of staff. As part of the announcement that the minister made last week, there was a couple of other nuances in there that I just wanted to bring forward to Council's attention. First is they announced $143 million through the Audit and Accountability Fund. For what this means for the City of Brampton as well as the 39 other municipalities is that there's going to be $6 million that's going to be available for 39 municipalities over the course of the next 3 years. So similar to the process that we did this year, we're expecting to participate in that funding application process and secure some funding as the city goes forward with our value for money audit. A couple of other items that we're going to be tracking moving forward is the provincial government also announced the potential of aligning municipal fiscal year with the provincial. So we've started some of the consultations internally, and we're going to be ready for that consultation once they open that up. And then lastly, and again, if there's any specific questions, I'll leave this up to the clerk, but they're also looking at combined voters list managed by Elections Ontario. So right now for municipal elections, the voters list is managed by MPAC. So hopefully by moving to this way of informing the voters list, this makes our life a little bit easier, in particular the clerk, in terms of the voters list, the names, and hopefully that minimizes some of the corrections that have to be done throughout the municipal election. Over the course of the last couple months, we have been providing updates to Council on the community culture and recreation stream. Given that there's no Council meeting next week, just wanted to bring forward the list of potential proposed projects that staff is going to be going forward with. The applications are due on November 12th, so we're presenting it today, so at least you have an opportunity to review the list. If there's any questions or anything that you would like us to add or follow up with, we're happy to do that. This list does include the 2 community hubs that have been raised by Councillor Medeiros, both here as well as the region appeal. So here, this is just the application process. We are expecting, hopefully, an announcement from the federal government sometime early 2020. The way that the CCR program works is there's 2 categories. One is a multi-purpose category. This is more or less new builds for the City of Brampton. And the next list is going to be the rehabilitation revitalization list. In total, we're looking at approximately $315 million worth of projects. This is cost shared, 40% by the federal government, approximately 33% by the provincial government, and 27% by the City of Brampton. So this list has been vetted by staff across the organization who helped to pull together this list based on what our understanding is meets the criteria. Obviously, once this gets through the provincial intake, then it'll be moving up to the federal government. So just putting a placeholder here as you continue your value for money audit as well as budget deliberations over the course of the next couple of months. And this second list is that rehabilitation and renovation category. So again, staff is right in the process of finalizing submissions for each of these projects, and our anticipation is to hit cement before on November 12th. In alignment with additional funding streams, we have brought back to this council the green stream. What the province did last week was open the intake for smaller communities. This does not include, obviously, the city of Brampton, but what we are doing with the guidelines is we are reviewing it to see what opportunities that there are to align. It's also great to see our Sheridan partners here. Once they open up the intake for larger municipalities, hopefully there's some opportunities to move forward on joint applications. In particular, as we continue to advance, issues relating to the climate change emergency, as well as our environmental master plan and our community energy and emissions reduction plan. So we're starting to pull together a potential list of projects now. Last week, we presented a little bit of an update of what we're expecting on from the provincial legislature in terms of where they're going. So we just provided, once again, some of the provincial key priorities that were announced late last week and tried to align it as best as we can to areas that have been focus of this council and staff. The provincial gas tax program, we've discussed this a couple of times. As part of this GR update, thanks to Brampton Transit and Finance, we do have a draft submission that is due November 4th. But again, just due to timing, we wanted to make sure that council had enough time to review and provide comments on that. So that is attached as, or proposed comments are attached as Appendix 1 to this report. There was a couple questions last week in terms of the next steps on the federal government, so where we're at today. The cabinet we're expecting to be announced sometime in November. I think there's a lot of key considerations that have to be made. At some point, probably in the near future, the Prime Minister will recall the House of Commons. There'll be an election of the Speaker of the House, and then there'll be speech from the throne. The House will probably sit for a couple of weeks, and then it'll probably break for the winter sometime in December. So there might be some tabling of key legislation, but at this point, we're not 100% sure what that's going to look like. Before I talk to the slide, there was an announcement yesterday, and Kathy Duncan is here from Animal Services to answer any specific questions, but one of the important piece of legislation that we're looking at is Bill 136 related to animal welfare. This is one that we were expecting, so as we have a time to digest it and understand it, and as it goes through the legislative process, we'll come back to council with any comments for council's considerations before we make any recommendations to the province. So as I mentioned, this GR update does include, it includes two draft submissions. One is on the provincial gas tax as well as the GTA West corridor. We presented the meat of that GTA West corridor last week, so we just wanted to bring it forward in its final draft. This one is a little bit time sensitive. It is due by tomorrow, but once again, we wanted to make sure that we brought it back for council's consideration, or committee's consideration. And this is just staff's recommendations, just to seek that authority so we can move forward to submit those submissions on behalf of council. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions, comments.
Thank you, Lowell. We have Councilor Medeiros on the board.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Lowell, for the presentation. Regarding the provincial announcement on regional governance, so there was a fund that was announced as well to find efficiencies. So what would qualify for finding efficiencies? And the second part of the question is, in terms of, I've heard some rhetoric from Mayor Missauga and other folks talking about readjusting regional governance, possibility of looking at downloading planning or uploading other parts of municipal, as long as all municipalities on board. Do we have that leeway? And again, speaking to what those funds are available for.
Yeah, through the chair, great question. So last week, the minister announced the funding through the Audit and Accountability Fund, so that's $143 million. $6 million over the course of the next 3 years is specifically allocated for large municipalities. In terms of what qualifies, we don't have the details yet. However, our understanding is that it's going to be aligned to the recent funding that's been allocated. So the value for money audits, anything to support municipalities to find those efficiencies doing the deep dive. My understanding is the work that we're doing in the process that we've undertaken there's a very high likely chance that they will qualify for that, for the funding. So again, it just depends on how much funding that's going to be available to all those large municipalities. So my expectation, if we received a commitment from the province to receive $250,000, my commitment is that we would be going after that same amount, or if not more, depending on what has been budgeted for that process. In terms of the regional government review and the decision, again, I don't want to speculate on what may or may not happen, but I will say this. The minister was very open in terms of continuing to work with municipalities as it relates to regional governments and making sure that the decisions are done collaboratively, not just from the top down. In terms of next steps, I think that's probably a discussion that the 4 municipalities will have to have amongst the CAOs as well as regional council in order to really find those efficiencies and those duplications of services. Through the Ernst & Young report, I think that what was found was that when you compare all 4 municipalities together, they're run efficiencies. They're run efficient when compared to each other. But there is always opportunities to find other ways of doing business. Even for ourselves, how can we become further integrated in some of those areas, especially as we start thinking bigger around human and health services and how we can leverage the region in a much more effective and efficient way and this is my observation, a little bit better and a lot more stronger than what we currently are doing. But that'll be a decision that I would like to see, the 4 CAOs have, and then, obviously the mayors and a discussion at the regional council.
So through the chair, Lowell, thank you. But essentially, if we were to take that pot of money and look at a department, and I don't want to raise any alarm bells, but if we were looking at an area of business in which both municipalities have, that we can find efficiencies, there'd be a possibility for us to put forth a business case to the minister, or that's still, we don't know exactly what that would entail.
Through the chair, I don't know if discussions have happened about that kind of regional and city finding efficiencies, but my understanding from the fund is it's specifically to do that, to increase effectiveness and reduce costs by supporting line-by-line reviews, audits, and other service reviews. So this is something that could potentially be applied at looking at that regional, local tier municipalities as well, and see what opportunities are to find efficiencies. We have a baseline now with at least the Ernst & Young, so maybe there could be a step 2 or a stage 2 or a follow-up to that work as a potential suggestion.
And just through the chair, and sorry, I guess I'm inspired after the provincial announcement to look at, for example, other areas as we move on now. Auto insurance, our MPP talked about looking at red tape, what's come about in terms of ensuring that red tape, was there any impact, any way that there's some cost benefit here to the city? So if you can come back with some of those sort of initiatives, but or updates, because that's certainly, I think, those are issues. We talked about healthcare, but we've been pretty silent on auto insurance. So I'd probably put the gauntlet to our mayor again to rally the troops and let's ensure that we're not discriminated in auto insurance. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you. I'll take that back as a direction. The Minister for Red Tape Reduction just introduced legislation, so perhaps working through economic development and others, we can kind of do a deep dive into that piece of legislation and see what opportunities there are for us to leverage as a city, and well noted on auto insurance as well.
Thank you.
Sorry, just speaking on the Minister of Red Tape, they announced funding for cutting red tape for municipalities in terms of, I guess, EAs and reports that go back to the province. Is anything you can elaborate more on that?
Through the chair, if you're comfortable, I'll come back with the specifics. I haven't had a chance to go deep dive, but I know that this government, and when the Minister of Red Tape Reduction spoke at the Region Appeals Government Relations Committee, he spoke very much about encouraging municipalities to identify those. So let us come back and perhaps do another GR update. We can provide more specifics in terms of what
For sure.
the meat of that
Thanks,
legislation.
so we're going to go to Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Lo. Is a couple of questions. Is the gas tax still staying the same, the 2.5 cents, or has it changed?
Through the chair, I'll let Alex.
Yeah, through your chairmanship, the gas tax still remains at 0.02 cents a liter, and that hasn't changed. So the doubling of the gas tax to the province, as you know, has been canceled. So we clearly just get the 0.02 cents a liter.
From federal?
No, that's from the provincial.
Provincial.
Provincial gas tax.
And what's canceled, sorry?
If you recall, the last term of government talked about doubling of the gas tax, the provincial gas tax for transit. That has been removed with the new government, so we're still back at the 2 cents a liter.
2 cents a liter, okay. I'm looking at all these projects we're asking. We sent these to the MPs and MPPs because we keep hearing, you know, we don't get any projects to us. So we're looking at all these nice things we want to build, so for funding.
Through the chair, that's part of the reason why I wanted to bring this report and in particular these projects here, because that is part of our process. So we're now just doing our due diligence, finalizing our applications. Absolutely, we are going to be sharing this with both our MPs and MPPs as well as the party leaders. We are doing our due diligence, and I know that these may seem, some of them are small, some of them are large. We just want to make sure that our MPPs are advocating on our behalf and our MPs are advocating on our behalf once they get sworn in and start getting ready to work.
Okay, good. And my last question is, now that all this has all been changed between the regions and, you know, everything's staying the same, I hear that letting the region, actually it's up to us to download planning, each municipality is allowed to take their own planning from the region? Is that?
Through the chair, I think what's going to be important is for these conversations to at least start taking place. I think that there is efficiencies probably to be found between in any two-tier government, but I think it's very premature at this point to suggest what's going to happen, uploads or downloads. But I think that moving forward, I think this is a really important conversation to have both at the administration level, but also at the regional council level. So I would probably suggest if there's ways for us to start those conversations at the region, you know, we're happy to definitely facilitate those discussions.
Yeah, and I'm sure like Mississauga, they wanted to go on their own, so they want to grab their planning department, take it away from there and give it to them, and probably so Cal will do the same, so we don't have much of a choice really. So that portion there will just come over to this part probably.
Yes, so through the chair, you know, again, Commissioner Batari, who and Dave Sutton, who was part of those conversations, a lot of those opportunities were definitely came out at the staff level and also were presented to at the regional council and also at our council. I think, you know, my hope is that this conversation just doesn't end here, that we can actually continue to have those, you know, high level discussion in terms of what department belongs where and at what level and at operating at what specific capacity.
One more question. On these projects that we actually sending out, do we have like a priority, like which should come first, which comes second that we actually want? Because I'm sure we're not going to get all the funding for everything.
Through the chair, that's actually a really good question. So this list, the way that it's ordered is in a bit of a prioritization. We had a much longer list, but these ones met the criteria of the guidelines. So in discussions with our senior leadership team, we wanted to put our best projects forward. Our hope is that we're going to be getting all these, but I think reasonable expectations are that we might get a certain percentage of these. We just wanted to make sure that at least we showed our MPPs, our MPs, as well as the province and federal government that we're just not a one project community, that there's a variety of different projects that meet a diverse community that we need. So we're going to be going forward with all these applications.
Thank you.
Thank you, and so there's no other speakers. We just want to say thanks, Lowell, for your presentation, and just on behalf of everybody on council, we know it's a difficult few months during the whole review, but you guys did an amazing job keeping us updated. I know a lot of people were a little bit nervous as to what's going to happen, so, but I guess the position of this council was that we were in favor of staying as is, but obviously we're going to look forward to making improvements on the city and regional level to find even more efficiency. So I just want to say thanks.
Thank you for that. But if I forgot to mention this, I can't remember, but I also want to thank the residents who really took time to participate in our consultation for the regional government review. You know, this was definitely they helped to inform council's unanimous decision. So
Absolutely. Thanks, Lowell. Do we need to move? Okay, so there's a motion on the screen. Moved by Councilor Fortini. All in favor? That carries. Thank you so much. So we're going to move on to delegations, and as per the request of the mayor, we're going to move 6.9, which was the final delegation, up to the first delegation. want to answer?
Comment before the deputation?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
With the permission of council, I just want to say that council certainly recognizes the incredible contributions of former Mayor Peter Robertson. I think he's left a proud legacy in the city during his term in office, and I was disappointed when I saw a Brampton Guardian headline that was inaccurate, to the point that I actually called the paper to tell them they had an erroneous headline. The journalist who had wrote the article said he didn't write the headline. It was someone else in the paper that had inadvertently put that headline in. I would note that Councillor Harkirat Singh also put out a message on social media and has had an email conversation with the paper expressing her disappointment with a false headline. The headline said the entire Peter Robertson Boulevard was being renamed as part of the Guru Nanak 550th anniversary celebrations. And the reality is that's simply factually incorrect. It's one stretch, it's one block where the Gurdwara is that is being named Nanak Road in honor of the 550th anniversary. If anything, Mayor Peter Robertson had a wonderful relationship with the South Asian community during his time as mayor. So I think it's very consistent with his legacy. And so sometimes you hear about false news south of the border, or we're in the era of fake news. When I saw that headline, I have to tell you, I was pretty infuriated. And that's why I put out the message on social media. So I know Peter wanted to say a few words, but I want you to know you're coming here in a room that is grateful for your contributions, and you're certainly not facing any hostility towards your legacy. I'd actually use this opportunity to point out, if you look at Peter Robertson's early work on promoting recycling in Peel Region in the 1980s, his advocacy on community health centers, being an early supporter of the Indigenous community and protecting that Indigenous heritage. I think you have a lot to be proud of, and I think it's very appropriate. You have a road named after you in the community. I don't think anyone would want to diminish that. This is just one of the many gestures that we're doing to celebrate what is a momentous occasion for the Sikh community on the 550th anniversary of Guru Nanak Dev Ji. Not only are we having this one block where the Gurdwara is being named in his honor, but we also have tree planting that Councillor Harkirat and Councillor Gurpreet are leading the charge on this weekend. We're going to have an art exhibit at PAMA. It's really a celebration for the Sikh community in the city, but frankly, everyone is invited to participate because Guru Nanak taught values that are obviously very positive for society. So I just wanted to set the tone before former Mayor Robertson's deputation that you're here in a house of friends today.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. And so, Mr. Robertson, please.
Council and Mayor, thanks for your nice introduction. And staff, I wanted to congratulate you, first of all, the team of staff and council and mayor for bringing forward in your first time together a 0% increase in taxes. That's not easy to do. I hope you'll consider doing that in a few more years as well. To brag a little bit, our council 20 years ago was able to do that 5 out of 10 years, 0% increase in taxes, but still run a great city. So keep your eye on the ball. I'm here to talk about what I thought was in the newspaper, both the Daily Star and the Guardian, taking away half of my legacy from the city to me and the Robertson family of having a street named after you. My preparation for speaking is in paper, and now it's all confused by the clarification you made, Patrick. The precedent of naming a street after a religious institution is problematic and quite dangerous. Let's take the Gore Road, for example. You have the St. Patrick's Catholic Church on Mayfield and the Gore Road. And you have Gurdwara at Castlemore Side Road and the Gore Road. And then you have the Hindu Sabha Temple down near number 7 Highway and the Gore Road. So if each one of those has a little section of the Gore Road renamed after their religious institution, it's going to be quite confusing and apolitical, or you might upset quite a few people in the city of Brampton. Let's take Ken Willans Boulevard. If there was a church on it, how would you feel, Doug, if they changed part of your father's name to a church, whatever the denomination? In this beautiful city that's multicultural and very diverse, really mixing religion and the day-to-day business of the city, or street names, can become quite political and not necessary. I'm happy with the comments that the mayor said at the beginning. It makes me feel still welcome in the city, and that's the way I'd like it to be. My original remarks suggested that you reopen the question and think about a better way of dealing with this issue. Placing colorful banners on the street posts like you have doesn't change the name of a city street, but it recognizes an event in the city. Like Pat Fortini said when I talked to him about it, Little Italy didn't change the name of St. Clair. When I looked at the Brampton Transit bus recently, the signage on it suggests that we celebrate Diwali, a wonderful recognition of part of our city, the Indian community. So there are lots of ways of celebrating our multicultural heritage other than changing a tradition and a street name. So that's all my comments. Keep up your good work and reconsider a better way to recognize a religious event in the city other than changing a street name. If there are any questions or comments, I'll stay for a minute, and if not, be on my way.
Thank you, Mr. Robertson. We appreciate you coming in.
Good.
We appreciate your words and the legacy in Brampton. And I'm going to add a couple comments. I know Councillor Singh is on the board as well, and so number one, we're very thankful that all you've done for...
I'm a little hard of hearing.
Sorry,
I'm 80 years old now, so if you could speak up, that would be great.
We're very thankful for all that you've done.
Good.
I remember when Peter Robertson Boulevard was, the whole section was being built. One of my uncles bought a house down there. So I'm very familiar with the area. I travel down there now. My brother used to live on 676 Peter Robertson, and it was a great honor for us to have a street named after you. And so the 550th anniversary of Guru Nanak is something very special for the nearly 200,000 Sikhs that live in Brampton.
There's
and
no
so
question about that.
It's such a big occasion that two nuclear powers who don't like each other, Pakistan and India, have come together and they've come to an agreement to allow cross border traveling to religious sites. So it's pretty momentous occasion. And so, but when we mention
We hope they do that with Kashmir as well.
yeah, we're hoping that too.
Yeah.
We're hoping that. But when you take a look at Guru Nanak's values, they're very universal values. And we think they're in line with Brampton values as well. He stressed humanity. He started a free kitchen. So at the Gurdwaras, 24 hours a day, anybody of any caste, creed, color can come in and eat side by side. They all sit on the ground, whether you're a king or you're a beggar. So equality is very important. It's something that he stressed. He stressed gender equality. He said there's no difference between a man and a woman. He stressed humanity. So in the daily prayer, there's not a mention of blessings for Sikhs. We say bless all of humanity. So that's one of some of the tenets that he lived by. And we have the St. Patrick's Church on Gore, and we worked, Councillor Spoveri and I, with the church to get a street named Sister O'Reilly, who was a nun. Sister O'Reilly Street. And so, serving the community and helping the local community out, whether it's religious or non-religious, I think it's important. It adds to the character and the personality. It also lets the city know that, hey, you're accepted. And so a long time ago when I was a kid, I wasn't accepted. I lived in Windsor. And in Windsor, people would rip your turban off. People would spit literally in your face. People would call you names. And we weren't accepted. And all we said was, accept us for who we are. And we didn't change. And so we were actually forced out of Windsor because people would come to our house and they'd say, get out of our city. And so what did we do? Got out of their city. We came to live in Malton first, came to live in Brampton. It's the first time in my life that I actually feel at home. I'm comfortable.
Beautiful.
I can walk out. I can talk to anybody of any different color, religion, creed, ethnicity. And this is what Brampton is about. And we're accepting a community that lives here. We're celebrating with them, just like we would do for any Catholic religion, for the Muslim religion, for our Jewish brothers and sisters as well. And so it's a small gesture. Sir Robert Peel, who Peel Region is named after, was the guy who led the Anglo-Sikh Wars. There was a whole kingdom for Sikhs. And so that was taken away by the British. And we're not asking for our kingdom back. Just asking for a small street that's 500 meters stretch, has no municipal address on it. In the Guru Nanak Mission Centers there's a very diverse community there. There's a lot of Muslims, there's a lot of Sikhs, there's a lot of Christians there who attend the DeVille Church. And we got phone calls from many of the congregants of the mosque and the church who said, hey, can you let us know when the ceremony is? We want to be part of it. And so that was really special for us. And so for my kids who've not had to face the racism that I faced, this is for them. This is for all the other kids who are going to feel that, hey, you know what, Brampton does accept us. And so, like I was saying, Guru Nanak's message is in line with Jesus Christ, with any other religious deity, that we're all one, that we can all live together, we can all celebrate one another's religion, but absolutely, we do not want to take away the legacy of what you've done, which is why we chose this small little section that nobody lives on. There's no addresses, but other than the Guru Nanak Mission Center Gurdwara. In Mississauga, they have Khalsa Drive, that small little street that joins one of the through streets to the Dixie Road Temple. They have a Nanak Road, they have a Nanak Court. And recently, in commemoration of the 550th birth anniversary, Toronto also approved Nanak Lane. And so I didn't know there's also a Mecca Street in Ward 9 and 10. There's a number of different streets, and I think it adds to the culture, it adds to the personality, it adds to what Brampton is about, that we're accepting, that we're inclusive, that everybody's equal here. And so we have a new asset naming policy, and you know, I was on the radio yesterday on 1010, and Jerry Agar asked me, would you name something after Jesus? And I said, absolutely, why not? His message is a universal one. So if somebody were to bring something up to this council and it made sense, something we would support. And so those are just a couple of the comments that I wanted to make, to share with you, to let you know how important it is to the community, how important it is to people like me growing up who never felt included. And this city has included me. If you take a look around at, you know, they elected me, whereas it was a dream for me when I was growing up. And now the residents of the city have said, hey, you know what, we want you to represent us. And so just a couple of comments I did want to make, I wanted to share with you. But we do got more speakers on the board now. And so Councillor Singh.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you for coming as well. You do have a powerful legacy in the city. I found that out firsthand because, as you mentioned, the heading in the article was quite misleading. And I had actually people from the South Asian community call me that, why are you changing Peter Robertson to Guru Nanak, not knowing that it was just a small portion. And so when I explained the context of everything, they were okay, but it just shows how entrenched you were and still are within all communities of Brampton. I just also want to highlight to some degree, there's also a little bit of, I think, misinformation out there that there is already many religious street names in the city of Brampton. A prime example that comes to my mind is Father Tobin, right in the artery of wards 9 and 10. I have a list of about 12 names after saints in the city of Brampton. So I guess a little disheartened that there's controversy now when this name is approached, but this was passed seamlessly, even though the policy clearly states that there is supposed to be no religious affiliation. So here we were a little bit sensitive. We picked a small area, one municipal address, and you know, and I mean, part of it was driven by the headline as well, but it blew up, and it was not actually what happened, and there was no consideration of the past and other streets. So I want to let you know that your legacy is preserved in the city. We all admire it, and we'll continue to celebrate what you've done as well. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Mayor Brown.
I just wanted to add, and I thought what Councillor Dillon and Councillor Singh said was appropriate. We have lots of Christian heritage and recognition in the city, the Father Tobin example, and I think increasingly our city is a mosaic, so having streets, parks that reflect that mosaic is certainly appropriate. I think we're all on the same page now. What the worry was there was any efforts to diminish your legacy. No one wanted to do that, but I think what you're hearing loud and clear here today is that you have a city that continues to celebrate your legacy, and when people see that it's only one block that's been changed, they'll realize very quickly that that article was in error. I would note you mentioned you're hard of hearing because you're 80. Personally, I still think you look much better than Councillor Willens. So you're
He doesn't agree.
You're looking very good for your age, and it's the one thing I forgot to mention is you talk about Peter's legacy. All roads lead to Brampton. I keep that sign, that road sign, up in my office. That was his baby. That was that beautiful marketing campaign, which people still remember. That was part of your legacy promoting Brampton. So I thought remiss not to mention that. All roads lead to Brampton. I still love that, and it was your team that helped create that.
Yeah. That was actually Dennis Kudajar's legacy, not mine. He was the director of our Planning Department, Economic Development.
But you supported his recommendation.
I supported it, yeah.
You were the mayor at the time, so you get credit.
Yeah, mayors always like to have the last say. And so what I really was hurt about is that I live in this city, and you made a big decision, if you read the Daily Star, to change one half of it to Guru Nanak. And whether it's 500 meters or half of the street, please give me a call when you have any advice that you need or any bit of information to share. And then I wouldn't be embarrassed. My family wouldn't be hurt, as they were.
Absolutely.
That's all.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So we appreciate the words, but we got a couple of more speakers. Councillor, are you okay standing? You're okay standing there?
Yeah,
For a couple more
I
minutes?
can lean.
All right, we got Councillor Willens on the board.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, thank you, Peter, for coming in, and you took the words right out of my mouth. I think there's a lesson learned here, whether it's right, whether it's wrong, whether it should be religion, shouldn't be religion, but you took the words right out of my mouth. You should have been consulted. They should have thought to call you. You still are around the city. You still were a big part of this city, so maybe there's a lesson learned here that going forward, we should, when there's significant people in the town still, they should be consulted, and consult the family. It's important to the family. It's important that the street was named after you for all your work you did. So I think at the very least, someone should have called you and sat down. We probably would have avoided this whole thing. So, but thanks again for coming in, and you are number 2 mayor.
Good. Thanks, Doug. I remember your dad very well and our visit to Cobden in the summertime. I know how dear that place is for you and your family.
Thank you, Councillor Willens. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to add my voice to this matter. I grew up in Brampton. You were my mayor when I was growing up here in this city. And to have you here today speaking before us is truly an honor, I think, for all of us. I received several calls from residents also concerned about the changing of the name. And once I explained all of the factors surrounding the decision that council made, they expressed that they understood why we made the change and why it was appropriate and had no effect for the overall community. We, of course, will never forget your legacy here in the city of Brampton. Every mayor that has presided over this city and has led this city has left an indelible mark on the city and how it feels today. But it is important. These are cultural changes that over time, over decades, centuries, make a city rich, and it was appropriate at the time. And so we thank you for the delegation. We hope that you see how council came to that decision and felt it was appropriate. And I want to thank you for being here today. Thank you.
Just to the Sikh community, I want you to know that one of the first people I consulted before coming here was Inderjeet Bal. He's in India today, and he said when he returns, he'll try to find out what the deliberations were felt and what action actually happened as a result of my being here. So
absolutely,
those are greetings from Inderjeet Bal.
We know Inderjeet Bal very well, and we'll definitely we'll wait till he comes back, and we'll definitely have a conversation with him. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming. I guess I call everybody else former mayors. Mayor Robertson, thank you for coming. Something you said brought an idea to my head.
Good.
As most people bring ideas. It
wasn't all for vain.
No, it's not for vain. Yeah, it's a lot of good ideas. But what you said about the possibility of other celebrations of recognition, I think that is a wonderful idea. and perhaps we might consider as a group in the future, moving forward, when we have a street, for example, Peter Robertson Boulevard, that a banner go up on one of the street lights on that street with your picture, with your years as mayors, recognizing,
Please
and
don't.
all across. Well, I'm saying we do it for our veterans, we do it for other events, and that might be another way to recognize, for people to recognize the history that previous mayors have brought to the city as well. So that might be something we look at in the future, because again, it's a very simple way of recognizing the heritage of this city. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Robertson, we'll give you the last word, but just even before we get to you, I just want to say this is, in my opinion, this is part of your legacy. You were here at a time when there was an influx
Keep up
of
the good
people.
work and work as a team. If you keep that in mind, you'll always be on the straight and narrow. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Give a standing ovation. We're gonna stand up for the mayor. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Peter Robertson, former mayor of Brampton, and current mayor. Would you like to move receipt of the delegation? Moved by Mayor Brown. All in favor? Thank you so much. That carries. And so, just a reminder to council, we have a long list of delegations, and there is indeed a 5-minute limit for our speakers today. And so we're going to begin with 6.1, which is a delegation from Janet Morrison, who's the president and vice chancellor of Sheridan College. They are here in regards to launching a new strategic plan and commitment to higher education called Sheridan in Brampton. Welcome. Right, so we're going to move a little bit more time right away, just because this is an important matter. Moved by Councilor Medeiros. All in favor? Yeah, that carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of committee. I was so pleased to be here this morning for that first delegation. It was such a great reminder that as the leader accountable for a community of 42,000, we're not alone in dealing with complex issues of community and culture, communication, and legacy. My name is Janet Morrison, and I have the pleasure and the privilege of serving as Sheridan's 8th president and vice chancellor. I was born and raised in Peel Region, so this is a return for me. I spent many hours swimming under the coaching guidance of the head coach of the Cobra Swim Club, and so it's always nice to be back in Brampton. Thank you for allowing me and my colleagues time on your agenda today. As all of you will know, Sheridan has been an anchor institution in Brampton for over 50 years. Although we were founded in 1967 with the same mandate as other Ontario colleges, we have evolved dramatically, and we continue to change and grow in response to what the world needs. Almost daily, headlines reveal how technology, technological advancements, and dramatic shifts in demographics and labor markets are reshaping how we live, how we work, how we learn, and how we communicate. While no one can fully predict all of the disruptive forces or new possibilities that may emerge, researchers are pretty much in concurrence these days that flourishing in that new world will demand emotional acumen and competencies like agility and collaboration, critical thinking, creativity. To prepare students for that future, Sheridan has developed a bold plan of action aimed at giving our graduates the hard and the soft skills, knowledge, and confidence to seize and shape an ever-changing world, building on the best of our history, much of which many of you are familiar with. We're incorporating chosen elements of colleges, polytechnics, and universities to architect a new and composite visionary form of higher education. It's an innovative space that tends to the development of the person as much as to the currency of knowledge and workplace preparedness. It's a new, composite, and visionary form of higher education. It's groundbreaking, and we're proud to say that it's very Sheridan. This is great news for the dynamic and diverse city of Brampton. It means that we are incredibly well poised to contribute to 3 priorities of shared interest as articulated in both Brampton's term of council priorities and Sheridan's new strategic plan, Sheridan 2024. Specifically, I want to talk today about jobs and talent, city building, and sustainability. On the issue of jobs and talent, Sheridan plays a pivotal role in incubating innovation, fueling economic growth and social cohesion, and nurturing tomorrow's leaders, all of which serves Brampton. Sheridan graduates, like the ones pictured above here, are inventing mobile apps to help those on the autism spectrum. They're helping to ensure Brampton is a safe and welcoming community. They serve the public as municipal councillors or heads of public utilities. They're working at the height of professional sports. They're representing Canada at world skills competitions. These graduates transfer knowledge and skills to the workplaces that make Brampton work. Since 1995, Sheridan has launched more than 62,800 graduates from its Brampton campus into the world. 33,000 of those graduates reside in Brampton today, and 257 of them work at the City of Brampton. Currently, our Davis campus is home to 417 full-time Sheridan employees. Of the full-time faculty there, 33% hold PhDs and 49% hold master's credentials. What's the secret to our success? Quite simply, we never, ever hedge or waver on academic quality. Sheridan offers 26 four-year honors baccalaureate degrees, which combine the theory and critical thinking of a university program with hands-on applied learning and a practical work term. Among our degrees are offerings in engineering, mobile computing, cybersecurity, supply chain management, community safety, and kinesiology and health promotion, to name just a few. These four-year honors degree programs lead to well-paying jobs. According to a recent Statistics Canada report, bachelor's degree holders from colleges earn about 12% more per year on average than university bachelor degree holders immediately post-graduation. We offer 100 other credentials, from skilled trades apprenticeships, where we educate about 1,500 people each year, to our 2- and 3-year diplomas and graduate certificates. Fully 25% of our students already have an undergraduate university degree when they enroll at Sheridan. We're a magnet for people seeking a career edge. We deliver on that by employing full and part-time faculty members who are deeply enmeshed in industry. Further, every one of our programs is supported by a professional advisory council made up of industry experts. We know our recipe works. An impressive 85% of students indicate that they're satisfied they've gained the knowledge and the skills to fuel their future careers. Truly, our contributions to businesses and services in Brampton run deep. Each year, we enroll approximately 12,000 students at our Davis campus. In the last 3 years, 164 Brampton companies have hired Sheridan students into more than 500 co-op and internship positions. And every academic year, over 765 organizations in Brampton benefit from hosting field placement students from 17 unique programs across the schools of education, public safety, applied health, and community studies. This talent aligns with Brampton's diverse economic base that includes large public sector institutions such as the William Osler Health System, Peel Region Police, and the Ontario Courthouse. we also appreciate and embrace the burgeoning innovation and entrepreneurial sector in Brampton, and are thrilled that our EDGE Entrepreneurship Hub that was successfully launched in Mississauga with the benefit of municipal, provincial, and federal funding has just come to your city. Technology, here we go. I want to talk a little bit about our research agenda. Through our 6 research and incubation centers, we fuel applied research, social innovation, entrepreneurship, and training. Sheridan often becomes the R&D arm for small and medium enterprise who can't afford the cutting-edge equipment that's found in our workshops and our labs. I think that you'll agree that this role is critically important in a place like Brampton, where 94% of businesses have fewer than 50 employees, and where advanced manufacturing accounts for 30% of the city's economic output and almost 25% of the workforce. In 2018-19, Sheridan received $4.8 million in external research grant funding. We engaged industry in 634 research partnerships and engaged the community in another 63. We also involved 155 faculty and staff and 1,908 students in curriculum-based research, and have been able to hire another 623 students to work on those projects. One of our research centers, the Center for Advanced Manufacturing and Design Technologies, or CAMDIT, was founded with a $2.5 million investment from the City of Brampton. The center features a fleet of ABB robots and extensive prototyping technology, including rapid circuit board printers and highly sophisticated commercial-grade equipment for 3D printing. Through CAMDIT, we've worked with companies on cool projects like a new hazard detection system for wildfires and on optimized designs for wind turbines. In recent years, our projects have also supported the health and life sciences sectors, such as the development of a portable EEG system to measure electrical activity in the brain, and the 3D printing of replica human organs, vessels, and pathways to assist in preoperative planning. CAMDIT and our facilities for teaching mechanical and electrical engineering are located in Brampton in close proximity to our state-of-the-art 130,000 square foot purpose-built facility for the School of Skilled Trades and Apprenticeship. This allows for students in both streams to benefit from cutting-edge technology and resources. I want to talk about city building. So Sheridan has grown in lockstep with Brampton over the last 50 years. To ensure we continue to grow in tandem, we're developing a bold and ambitious campus master plan that will transform our campuses and provide inspiring spaces to learn, to teach, to collaborate, and to innovate. The plan, which is being developed in partnership with Urban Strategies, will provide a roadmap to transform our built environment here in Brampton over the next 30 years. Fortunately for Sheridan and for Brampton, our land envelope affords us space for future expansion. Through this process, we are engaging with our internal and surrounding communities to develop a plan that recognizes our role as city builders and community leaders in Brampton. We're excited by the opportunity to collaborate with you and key partners like RioCan to create a transformative ecosystem in the uptown community to which Sheridan is the west anchor. Rest assured that as we urbanize and intensify, our collaborative leadership in sustainability and community energy planning will be one of the core principles in our new developments. The master planning process will continue over the next 9 months, and you'll be further engaged throughout. As a proud and long-standing anchor institution in Brampton, we're committed to addressing urban challenges and fostering the building blocks of a vibrant and diverse community. Drawing on my experience, I'm confident that working collaboratively with the city and other partners on housing, community safety, and positive youth engagement, we can foster the sense of safety amongst our students that lead to empowerment, belonging, and positive engagement. I appreciated the chair's remarks on those points. It's of paramount importance to Sheridan that our students have safe, affordable, and approved housing options. To that end, we're committed to a comprehensive approach, including, first and foremost, enhanced data collection and analysis. We know that neighborhoods close to post-secondary environments tend to see increases in off-campus student housing. We also know that Brampton sees high volumes of immigration each year and is home to students that attend other public and private institutions in the city and beyond. We're doing more to fully understand the volume and location of off-campus housing in Brampton, and we want to work with you in this regard. We're doing more in the realm of education on this front. We continue to work with the city, bylaw, and enforcement teams to help students understand their rights and to know what safe off-campus housing looks like. We're also collaborating with Brampton Fire at every student orientation to ensure that our students and learners are aware of fire safety provision and expectations within off-campus homes. Finally, we're working on capacity building. Planned renovations at our existing residence in Brampton will incorporate rooms with 4-person occupancy to lower rates and provide more students with access to safe, clean, quality housing. Sheridan is a caring community. My colleagues and I work hard to ensure that our students feel valued and welcome. I believe that they know we're genuinely invested in their success. As part of that effort, we seek to integrate our students into the community where they can engage in events and community gatherings. Your passionate and articulate remarks, Mr. Chair, about the sense of belonging, this is what we aspire to replicate in the microcosm that is our Davis campus. For example, we've partnered with Brampton Transit to arrange bus tours for our international students, which allow them to become familiar with the transit system and their surroundings. They get acclimatized to local amenities such as grocery stores, and they get more comfortable and confident about participating in local events. Sheridan also helps to build a safe community by providing knowledge and expertise in the upstream prevention of violence and crime. Right here in Brampton, we have faculty expertise in child and youth work, social work, health promotion, criminology, sociology, and early childhood education. 2 of our senior leaders also serve on the Peel Region Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan Systems Leadership Table. One of them, Dr. Michael O'Leary, is here with us today. Students from our Police Foundations program contribute to community safety too. They participate in an annual challenge in which they propose a solution to a community safety issue presented by the Community Policing Panel at Peel Regional Police Services, which includes constables who are graduates of our program. In addition, they've served as mentors in the Iron John and Iron Joan program for students in local high schools, where they lead self-defense clinics and facilitate after-school programs. Finally, another important focus for Sheridan related to our new strategic plan is a commitment to engage with and contribute to our home communities in an even more meaningful and intentional way. We know that within the halls of Sheridan and in our broader communities, many young people are marginalized or living in contexts that make it harder for them to succeed and thrive. Early and meaningful engagement with Sheridan can change their trajectory. We can help remove the barriers that stand in the way of education. We can provide financial, social, or emotional support that paves a positive path forward. We can be the spark that takes a person from a place of disadvantage to one of confidence and hope. Sheridan is a place that translates dreams into achievement. I see it happen almost daily. We're currently working on a strategy for giving back to our communities in ways that will support youth to overcome obstacles and systemic barriers. You'll be hearing more on this front in the months ahead as we leverage existing relationships and forge new ones to broaden and intensify our impact. To that point, we're absolutely thrilled to be part of Brampton's first We the Future Symposium at Lester B. Pearson Theatre to celebrate youth achievement and get young people inspired. Both Sheridan and the city have embraced a commitment to be a model of sustainability for the 21st century and for 21st century organizations. Since 2010, our Office for Sustainability has been guiding Sheridan's progress through Mission Zero, our portfolio of initiatives to cut our energy and carbon emissions in half, virtually eliminate the waste we send to landfill, and restore biodiversity on our campuses. Sheridan understands that in addition to decisively managing its own adverse impacts, we have a pivotal role to play in actively bettering the world through education, innovation, and principled leadership. As a local leader in this space, we're collaborating with the City of Brampton as a partner on its Community Energy Plan, which establishes targets and roadmaps for reducing energy and greenhouse gas emissions. We've also made other strides, such as implementing a district energy network at our Brampton campus, which offers our students exposure and hands-on learning related to conserving and distributing energy, and hosting community education initiatives like our Repair Cafe. Taken together, these efforts are part of a wide-ranging drive to engage our communities to make a difference at the local level. Just this past September, we were pleased to partner with the city and RioCan on the Nordic Workshop, where we hosted many at our Brampton campus who came together to identify challenges and discuss opportunities for infrastructure and sustainable development with experts from 5 Nordic countries. Looking into the future, we're tremendously excited by the discussions that are underway regarding Sheridan's involvement in the Institute for a Sustainable Brampton. I want to close by talking about how proud I am to be a leader in the post-secondary realm. I know that that's a sentiment that is shared by many other leaders here today from our Brampton campus, including Dr. Michael O'Leary, Dean of our Faculty of Applied Health and Community Studies. Dr. O'Leary also serves as our campus principal at Davis. Bertha Colligan, Dean of our Faculty of Applied Science and Technology. Daniel Lau, who leads our skilled trades. Dr. Michelle Chrétien, Director of our Center for Advanced Manufacturing and Design Technologies. Karen Lemoyne, Director, Community Engagement and Stakeholder Relations. Sunan Sharma, our Associate Dean, Community Citizenship, Leadership and Engagement, and Herb Sinnock, our lead on Sustainability and Mission Zero. I have worked at 5 post-secondary institutions over the last 30-plus years, universities and colleges in Canada, the US, and Mexico. What I've learned is that what Sheridan does matters. It matters for learners, it matters for families, it matters for communities. Quite simply, the higher education we deliver has the power to transform lives. Drawing on my years of experience at Sheridan, it's almost 3 now, I want you to know that our learning community is exceptional. It's distinguished by its deep, unwavering commitment to quality, its generosity of spirit and character, and people's unwavering dedication to students, their lived experience, and their success. And as anchors in the community, post-secondary institutions like ours have a critical role to play in catalyzing innovation, contributing to economic growth, and fueling social development. We accept and embrace that accountability. But it's a bigger job than any one organization alone can achieve. We all must come together, industry, academia, and governments, to do that work. I extend an open invitation to all of you to get to know Sheridan of today better. We're always willing to forge new partnerships that result in mutual benefit, and we're truly eager to collaborate. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you, and we do have a number of speakers on the board, and we're going to go to Mayor Brown first. Mayor Brown.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Dillon. I just want to say I think we all feel tremendously grateful to have Sheridan's contributions in our city. And I just want to highlight, I find it so refreshing that when we come to a new employment opportunity, frequently we'll have that employer say, we need a specific skill set. We need this to be trained. And it's so refreshing to be able to say, well, we've got a great partner in our community in Sheridan that is willing to meet your employment needs. Just yesterday, we had a major employer with that request, and it's, I think, a great tool for the city from economic development. It's not just great to have, the benefit that you bring to young people, but it's a great economic development tool for the city, because you are helping graduate young people for jobs that exist, not jobs that existed 20 years ago, but jobs that exist today and tomorrow. And so I think it's great that you're here today. I think there's a real energy around post-secondary education right now in Brampton. And who would have thought from a year ago, when we were disappointed with the direction that the province was going, that we see so much momentum and excitement with all our academic partners. I think Sheridan has a wonderful story to tell. And would wonder, I think it'd be great if we could have a day that council could come and visit Sheridan. You could highlight some of these programs. I know when I was visiting a local business last year and they were showing us the 3D printing they were doing, they said, we do this with Sheridan.
Absolutely.
At the time, I didn't know that you were doing 3D printing there. And I think there's so many hidden success stories at Sheridan. So I'd love, if you're open to it, to arrange a day that council could go and see firsthand some of the new advances that Sheridan's made and help you celebrate them.
Thank you very much. We would welcome that opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just because you're the mayor, we're going to allow some leeway. But the procedural bylaw says questions of clarification. The rest of the speakers, questions for clarification. Thank you. Councilor Medeiros.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for the presentation. As one of the area councillors, I guess if I wasn't alumni, I wouldn't know much about Sheridan, to be quite frank. As in 2014, when I first get elected and I started establishing some form of relationship, I will say it was a little frustrating not really having that rapport or understanding the work that Sheridan does in the community. Because my interaction as a local representative would be get the calls because of the students driving, all the host of issues that you're attempting to address. I will say, when you stole one of our employees, Michelle McCollum, I think, went to Sheridan, I really did notice a considerable improvement in terms of the relationship. And just as of this year, and recognize Jeff's leadership in terms of opening Sheridan to the community, where he allowed seniors from the Punjabi community who during the summer are displaced because there's no room for them at the recreation center, and Sheridan opened the doors to them. And that was type of the collaboration, because we know this is a great story. Staff know you tell an amazing story, but in the community there seems to be a disconnect. And I see that you're checking all the right boxes. I think all the last couple of years of conversation and us, everything that you're doing, also architecturally, because you can see when you drive by, that's an underutilized space, and the presence that Sheridan should have. When you see, for example, some of the presence that you have in other institutions, you go to Mississauga, I get jealous right by Square One, and I see that spanking, shining building of Sheridan College, and I'm like, why don't they do that in our community? So I'm very, so I guess to a question, can you, for example, can you identify other areas that you'd like to explore? Here at the City of Brampton, we're talking about Brampton U. We're talking about, I felt a little bit as one of your reps when we were looking for a university partner in working with Ryerson. I almost felt kind of that Sheridan was left in the background. And sometimes when we do initiatives at the city, I don't see, because we do have a special relationship, and I think it has to be elevated and it has to be focused. So it shouldn't be something that we think about. It's just that who our natural partners should be. So maybe just talk about how you plan on working on that.
So through you, Chair, a couple of comments. So the first thing is I would acknowledge, and I think what we've heard from the communities we serve, is that Sheridan has been a bit insular over the course of the last 3 to 4 years. There were a couple of leadership changes. What I would suggest is that we have used that time wisely. So we've invested in a strategic planning process that engaged over 3,000 voices, both internal and external to Sheridan. We've done a tremendous amount of research on the new economy, the future of work. Our mission and our vision have been amended, updated to reflect what we've learned. And it is now our obligation, our commitment, our great honor to re-engage, reintroduce ourselves, pull into the table, so to speak, with the cities of Mississauga and Brampton and the town of Oakville. So, you know, if nothing else, what you can hear from me and from our executive team today is that we value these relationships tremendously. We think we have a tremendous amount to offer to the cities that we serve. And we will leverage the experience of all of our leaders, including Ms. McCollum, to serve the constituents, the potential, the current and the potential learners of our institution. The master planning process is a great example of where we think we're living that commitment, and so we appreciate and will continue to welcome the city's active engagement in that exercise. On the issue of post-secondary development in the city, you know, our ask is that it's very difficult to identify a gap if you're not clear on current landscape. And we own that, ensuring that you have a context. I mean, I know there's people at this table who didn't realize our degree intensivity. So, you know, as of next fall, 2 full 4-year honors baccalaureate degrees in engineering. What are the city's current economic, socioeconomic priorities? What's currently being delivered by existing anchor institutions in the city? And how collectively, in partnership, through collegial dialogue, do we fill the gap? And I think that would be our ask going forward. Thank you.
We're now going to move on to Councillor Willens, and just before that, there's nothing in the procedural bylaw that limits the preamble for the question. So just a friendly request. Councillor Willens.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in. I, for one, am not a stranger to Sheridan College. I remember when you moved into the old Brampton High School on Church and Center Street back in 1967, I believe. That's when Brampton Centennial was built in the south part of town. You guys are doing great work. My son's a prime example. He was frustrated at university, both Waterloo and at UFT. Decided to go into the trades. Now he's very successful. He's actually custom cabinetry making, custom woodworking, pretty much all over North America now. He's selling his products.
We're very
it's a result of Sheridan. And the nice thing about it, it didn't just, when he graduated, forget about him. His teachers kept in touch with him. They made sure he was going down the right path, I guess, but he's very successful. So you guys have worked very collaborative with the City of Brampton for a long, long time, and I appreciate that. Even just recently now, Herb and I will be attending the Partners in Project Green Conference coming up on the 28th. We'll be speaking on behalf of the City of Brampton and our energy plan that we're going forward with. There'll be a lot of leaders in the Eco-Business Center around the Greater Toronto area. We'll be there, municipal leaders. There'll be business leaders from all sorts, so we'll be standing in front of these. Hopefully it will be, we'll do all right. I'm sure with Herb's guidance, I'll be fine. But thank you again for coming in. It's wonderful to see you at the table. It's wonderful to see that you've got this master plan. And you forgot about Karen. You stole Karen from us as well.
We prefer to frame it, Mr. Chair, as leveraging the experience of the city to forge tighter partnerships.
Well, it must be a wonderful place to work, because I couldn't imagine leaving the City of Brampton to go work anywhere else. So, thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the form of a question, you say that you have approximately 33,000 students that reside in Brampton. What percentage of those are domestic and what percentage are foreign? In other words, the ones who are foreign students would have a need for housing close to the school.
So the 33, through the chair, the 33,000 number are residents who have remained, stayed, and continue to contribute to the economic vibrancy of Brampton, right? If the question is about the balance of our international and domestic current enrollment, about 30% of our enrollment is currently international. What we don't know, and I think what was affirmed by the city's own recent work in housing, is what percentage of those international students, we know the percentage at our Brampton campus, it's a bit higher than 30%. What we don't know is how many of those students are living with family versus rental housing. And I think there's lots else we don't know about current housing dynamics in the city, both proximate and more distant from the Davis campus. But the numbers, to your specific question, the percentage of our overall enrollment is about 30% international, largely derived from India, China, and then Canada, the United States.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, Doctor, how many units does Sheridan currently own and manage for the use of your students?
So Sheridan,
rental units.
So through the chair, we have housing that's available both at our Brampton campus and at our Trafalgar campus. And I make that point because we have a shuttle service that runs between Oakville and Brampton, and so there are students in both communities. We have 2 buildings located at Oakville and 1 building located in Brampton. Just going to defer to my colleagues on the total number of beds. Do we know the total number of beds, guys?
347 at Davis.
There you go. 347 beds at Davis, which will be expanded through renovations that are planned for this coming summer to incorporate the quad rooms that I referenced.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that you would love to have more?
More student housing?
Yeah.
Again, through the chair, housing is a very complex issue, and I know that I'm speaking to folks who understand and appreciate that. So I have worked at large urban colleges and universities in Guadalajara, Mexico. I worked at Ohio State. I've worked at the University of Toledo. I've worked at York University. Student housing is complex. The number of beds is irrelevant if the housing isn't affordable. And so it's not just a function of ensuring that there's availability. For many years, while there were housing issues in Brampton, our Brampton residence building was undersubscribed. So what we need to do in partnership is educate, coach and mentor students on the value proposition of safe, affordable, proximate housing. There's actually a real learning value proposition of being in on-campus housing for any of you who lived in residence. And we need to ensure that those solutions actually meet students' needs. So do we want more affordable, proximate, safe housing for students? Absolutely. Recognizing that Brampton is home to many students, domestic and international, not just attending Sheridan, but it's a destination of choice, and I know this is a source of pride for the community. It's a destination of choice for international learners attending a multitude of GTA post-secondaries.
Thank you. And so through you, Chair, at this table we talk a lot about what it is that post-secondary institutions like yours can do to provide more housing for your students. So I just want to turn the table around for a second. Can you advise us on what it is that the city can do to help you increase your numbers?
Through the chair and with thanks for the question, I think all of this is about partnership, and it's about Sheridan, again, pulling back into the table and working collegially, collaboratively, leveraging our expert resources. I'd offer 2 points. So the first is that data collection is really important. I'm a researcher. I work from a data-informed perspective. It is not clear to me what the magnitude of the problem relative to international students specifically. We hear that a lot. Those are the calls I get to my office. I think those are assumptions that we actually need to test a little bit. And so we need more data. Where are students living? How do they find those locations? What is the source or the pull of their pull to the city of Brampton? And I think we're working collegially now more constructively on better understanding the nature of the problem. What I can say from my 17 years at York, I worked at Western University too. These are problems not unique to Brampton, certainly not unique to Sheridan or to Algoma. What has worked elsewhere is a very rich, focused, combined effort involving not just bylaw, but fire service, because they have right of entry. And so there are strategies, quite fulsome in design, that the City of Toronto, immediately south of York University, in the Southlands, that Queen's University, that the University of Waterloo and Laurier University, through town and gown cooperative undertakings, have used to effectively ensure and enhance the safety and security of housing for all residents, focused on the student community.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, do you believe there would be a role for the City of Brampton, whether through planning or through economic development, to provide incentives to development community to build the kind of units that you would need that would be affordable for student use, not just for your facility, but for other facilities that are coming to the city?
You know, through the chair, I am a huge proponent, as somebody invested in city building, a multitude of diverse cities. Purpose-built housing is fundamental. The issue is for what purpose and through what type of build. So, you know, generally, broadly, purpose-built housing matters, and in a city of this size, with the complexity and the diversity of your demography, we're invested in continuing to have those conversations.
Thank you, and I would invite you to get in contact with us again and follow up. We would love to work with you and just to understand what it is that the city can do, because we know that we have a role, and we need to help you and provide the development community the right tools so that they can accelerate this, because we know it's going to be increasingly important, and it's one of the issues that members of council deal with on a regular basis. Yes. And I think that something has to happen also from the city side in order to accelerate that. And so any advice that you can provide in consultation with our team would be very much appreciated. And I want to thank you for that information opportunity to do that.
Okay, and through the chair, if the question there is, am I available anytime to talk about building Brampton and further cementing the role that Sheridan plays in building the city and capitalizing on its strengths, the answer is 100% yes. 100%.
So that would be
you call me anytime. Anytime. Yeah.
Thank you. Councilor Bowman. Yep, Councilor Bowman.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming. Thank you. I will sort of continue where Councilor Vicente left off, as Sheridan is well aware of my concern with housing, and especially in the area around Sheridan College. And I believe, Chief Boys, one of those areas is also identified as one of our higher potential fire areas, if I'm not mistaken. So the area around Sheridan College represents an opportunity for student housing, but it also represents a huge opportunity for unsafe student housing in some of these homes. So my question on that first one is Sheridan College willing to work with our bylaw and our fire to identify and recommend to new students who are coming here registered second units within the area, as opposed to unregistered second units?
So through the chair, absolutely, and we already do that. So just to be clear, we do in-country orientation so that our senior leadership is out globally talking to prospective learners and their families about issues of import, many of them focused on learning culture and adapting to a post-secondary environment in Canada, but also about health and wellness and safety. And high on that list, please be assured, is what safe, affordable housing looks like, how to source it. You know, part of our comprehensive housing strategy includes an enhancement to off-campus housing services and resources. And we share that commitment. So, you know, I will share with council that at York University, over 17 years, when there were 3 fires in the village proximate, I was the one who called those parents. I was the one who was with those parents as they salvaged material. You know, fortunately, those students survived those tragedies. But my personal experience in navigating the consequences of poorly informed choices on students who just didn't know better and were quite frankly taken advantage of, that experience will stay with me till the end of my professional days, and whatever we can do to ensure that that doesn't happen in Brampton, you will have my both personal and professional support on that front.
Okay, so you're aware we have a list that's available of all registered second units.
Absolutely, and we use that list.
Perfect.
So, our challenge again, colleagues, is that students are poor. And so how we navigate the notion of safe, secure, affordable housing, this is not unlike, I know, the broader issues of affordability that municipal, provincial, and federal governments are struggling with every day.
Okay, and I'm not sure whether Councillor Vicente asked this or not. What is the long-term plan for student housing at Sheridan? What's the number?
So the master planning process continues. Housing has come up, the imperative for more classroom space. Density is a theme on our campus. That master planning process is set to kind of conclude in a recommendation to our board in the spring. We would be really happy and in fact welcome the opportunity to come back and talk about the outcomes of that exercise. What we do know is that we can't wait on that front to address some of the most pressing housing issues. And so that's actually the accelerated renovation of that space, mirroring what's been done in other communities to include quad rooms. And you'll appreciate that type of housing option is intended to address a want or a desire largely from our international student population.
Okay.
Our domestic students not looking for 4 people in a room, typically.
Okay, and you gave the number of 30% international students. Yep. Do you have a number on, or have you calculated a number on students that do not live in Brampton but live within a 25-kilometer radius of Brampton? How many students there are?
So no, we have not, and that's part of our data challenge. I will also be frank, so typically the address of record that we have for international students is a record of a point of reference in Brampton. It's usually family. So I don't know that number would be accurate or be reflective of the lived reality once students arrive and then transition to their own independent space. A preliminary look at the data suggests that address of record typically is the source point or the grounding point of a family member who is around proximate to Brampton, which is the pull for many of those students.
Right, because the last numbers that I heard, and Michelle, Councillor Medeiros and I were on that Town and Gown. I don't know if it's still going here locally, but we did have the Town and Gown here in Brampton that we sat on. The numbers, I think, were around 8,000 international students or foreign students. Does that sound right?
No. Pardon me? There's 2,900 international students in Brampton at the Davis campus, and so that number
And that's full-time students?
Yes, so we have a broad continuing and professional studies. That typically is not where international students register and enroll.
Okay, I want to congratulate you guys on bringing the trades here, because the trades really needs to be a focus for our youth, because many years ago when we were in school there was a huge focus on trades.
Yes.
But over the past 20 years it seems the trades have been sort of looked at as other, alternative, and I think that's the wrong thing to do. So I thank you for bringing all the trades here to Brampton from Oakville. My question is, how are we letting schools know that there is a brand new focus on trades? Sheridan has trades, and we want you to continue on in the trades.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. And what I also heard in that was who's leading the trades and technology. So I just make sure that I acknowledge my colleagues Daniel and Bertha who are here. Very quickly, 2 things. One, certainly this is a provincial and a federal priority. So we are very much drawing on the resources at the federal and at the provincial level to promote the trades as an occupation of choice. I'm really proud to say that Sheridan has in fact expanded its seats in skilled trades and apprenticeships. so that through application to the provincial ministry, we've actually garnered more seats. And so going forward, not only are those offerings far more popular, which is a great news story, but by promoting opportunities for employment and on salaries and earnings, I think increasingly the stigma is being addressed. So, there's stigma around skilled trades and apprenticeships. There's stigma about college versus university, some of which I've tried really overtly to address today. And so all of that, part and parcel of Sheridan's advocacy and marketing campaigns, we're really pleased to say that we're fully enrolled, and in fact, we'll be expanding our seats in that space. The building is beautiful, and when you all come to Sheridan, we'll take you there, because it's fun.
And finally, the availability of full-time registration.
Yep.
There's probably mature students,
Yes.
seniors who want to go back to classes. There is what exists today in terms of grants or options for our youth who may not be able to afford full-time college or university. What exists today to allow them to get into Sheridan?
So through you, Chair, great question. So Sheridan is invested in an access agenda. This is part of our give back strategy, our community engagement commitment. Couple of comments. There is no doubt that recent changes to the OSAP program are posing a challenge, and we are working to navigate those. Sheridan is healthy financially, which is a benefit because there are both regulatory and legislative requirements that allow some of that revenue to go back into student aid and student grants. And so we pride ourselves on ensuring that financial barriers aren't an immovable object in the way of our students. So bursaries, scholarships are available. What I would also suggest to you is that working with employers, so very quick example, about 2 months ago, NTN, which is a Mississauga bearings company, came to Sheridan very similar to the mayor's example, said we have this skills shortage, we can't find talent. In a very short period of time, 7 weeks, we worked with the executive lead both locally and from Japan on designing a 16-week program. We identified some Sheridan graduates, some professional employees who were suited to that program. It's a 16-week upskilling, reskilling program that involves 8 weeks of hands-on learning, with the very likely promise of a high-paying job at the end of that. So, Sheridan's main wheelhouse is 18 to 24-year-olds, but we do a tremendous amount of work in continuing in professional studies with, again, employees, workers who are looking to reskill or upskill. And so I think there are lots of great examples. NTN has invested in that program, and so they recruit, they facilitate enrollment. There's lots of opportunities to work in partnership. You identify industry needs to us. We feel very confident in our capacity to be responsive.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so there's no other speakers. I just got a couple of quick questions. Is there a cap for the fees for international students, and is there a quota for the number of international students allowed at Sheridan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So 2 separate questions, I think. So international fees are not regulated. We're very conscious of our accountability on international education. We're very conscious about it. People ask me all the time what keeps me up at night. Student mental health, safety and security, and affordability and access, because I really do believe that post-secondary education is transformative, and it can't be transformative if it's inaccessible. And so we think and talk a lot about that. Our Board of Governors reviews that annually. Increases need to be approved by our student leaders, so that's a piece of that.
So there's no cap?
No.
But is there a quota? You can take
There is no quota on our international enrollment. Our number one priority is academic integrity and quality, and that means diversity in classrooms is important. And so we're very conscious of not tipping the scale in one direction or the other.
So it's just a concern. Everything you said was great today.
Yeah.
Sheridan's really contributed to the community. I've traveled around the country. The reputation of Sheridan is at the highest level, but there are some concerns. 65% of your revenue comes from 30% of the students international students, is that correct?
It's a little less than 65%, but that changes, particularly as the government is cutting funding in other areas.
Right. So I was reading an article in the Star just maybe a month or two ago.
Yeah.
Centennial's made $200 million.
Yep.
To me, there's a responsibility from these colleges or these post-secondary institutions that they, and you have been good citizens, to be better citizens.
Yep.
Within the community. With all these international students, there comes problems to the city, and I think you're aware of that. One of
Yep.
them is housing. There's a lot of resources that we use at the city in terms of bylaw. There's a number of issues around Sheridan in particular in terms of crime, health and safety. There's an influx in lodging houses. There's a lot more basement units, and so it's, in my opinion, it's the responsibility of the post-secondary institution to help integrate a lot of these students. And so you had mentioned orientation. From what I understand, a lot of the international students coming from the Punjab, which I would say is the majority of students coming into Canada from the last I researched, the WSO, the World Sikh Organization, is helping them with all of their issues. Immigration, housing, academic, health, sexual assault. And so I'm just concerned that, so the last I checked was that there's 150,000 students in Canada from India, and 125,000 of them are from the Punjab region, which is because of issues with their government and opportunity there, that they're coming and they're choosing specifically Brampton. And so you get an admission if you're a student, then you apply for the visa. The federal government allows them to come here. And it seems that with all the great stuff that we've heard today, what are we really doing about all of this? Because it's such a load on our bylaw to keep going to all these houses. It's unsafe. We hear about McLaughlin and Steeles becoming a hotspot for crime. But meanwhile, you know, Sheridan is making 65% of its profit. There's no quota. There's no cap on the fee. And a lot of these kids are selling off all of their land. They're mostly farmers back home, and they sell off their land to come here. And so our responsibility is to create a safe environment. And so these are young kids, and they'll adapt to their environment. If it's one that leads them to success, they're going to follow that path. If it's one that creates a path that leads to maybe getting them in trouble, chances are they'll go down that wrong path. And so I think it begins with housing. And what are we really doing to support them with all the profits that Sheridan's making from these international students? The question is, what have we really done? Because I continue to see the same problems. And orientations can only do so much. Education about safety can only do so much. And from what I hear, it's the WSO that's doing all of it for the Punjabi students.
Okay, so if I can respond through you, Chair. A couple of things. So I'm going to start by taking issue with the notion of 65% of Sheridan's profit. That's a very different positioning than revenue, and it's less than 65%, but it's revenue. It's not profit. We're not making profit. So.
So how much revenue is it then?
Again, with the government changing what funding we are or aren't getting, it is a significant. It's more than 50%. About 27% of our revenue now comes from the government, period. So that's a helpful statistic, I think, for folks.
How much from international students, though, specifically?
It would be closer to 60% than 65%.
So 60%,
yeah.
right.
But it's not profit, it's revenue. There's a difference, right? We'd agree? So, you know, the one piece of all that, the publicity in the press, it's really important. And as I said, I lose sleep about this too. The organizations or the learning communities that were highlighted in the Star and in the St. Catharines publications, their international enrollment is at 60% or above. That is not Sheridan's reality. That is a function of our commitment, our unwavering commitment to academic quality. We believe classrooms work best, that learning happens most intensely in spaces that are diversified. And so that's our commitment. That's Sheridan's commitment. There's no limit on that, but we certainly have application numbers to go higher than we have. And to date, we've not made that decision. We've been holding steady. We're nowhere near the 60% threshold that has been referenced in some of the publications of late. I want to talk a little bit about the economic benefit of international student enrollment to the city. So you can talk about what Sheridan is getting from that, but we also know that those students participate in the dynamic life and cultural life of the city that they spend once they're here. I'd also note that for every international student we enroll, there is a head tax that goes back to the provincial government. So all of that money is not coming to Sheridan. So,
Talking about the city, though.
Pardon me?
Talking about the city.
Absolutely. But what I'm suggesting to you is that that enrollment on tuition, there is money that is going to the province to fund that. I appreciate that it's not coming back full circle to where the costs may be generated. I think it's an important piece of the puzzle for municipal leaders. Finally, what I would say is we absolutely cover, we have certified immigration professionals. We do talk about housing both in country and locally once people arrive. We actively connect students with local organizations that we think will provide culturally relevant settlement services. We talk a lot about sexual assault and cultural expectations. Our intent is to provide wraparound service. By way of a benchmark, Chair, what I would say is that our key performance indicators on student satisfaction and student success are the highest for international students in the GTA. And we hope that that speaks to the integrity of our commitment to international learners.
So the question wasn't answered. The question wasn't answered. We're talking about economic development. The feds, they talk about how much there's billions of dollars, which is great.
Yep.
What comes back to us? Nothing. The province, you said there's a head tax that goes to them. Province isn't helping us at all. I don't know if our bylaws here, I'm not asking them to respond, but we have conversations with them every day.
Yep.
I see firsthand when I go to these houses the conditions that they're living in. And it's a responsibility. I'm not saying it's just Sheridan, but I think we need to have a round table discussion to see what's really going on and how we can. It's not just about these international students. If 65% of your revenue, 60% is coming from international students, does that mean our local homegrown kids, like my son who's 10 years old, will not have an opportunity to study at Sheridan? And so these are discussions we need to have. Like I said, there's a lot of great stuff that Sheridan's doing, and what I'm saying is constructive suggestions.
Yeah.
And so I was having a conversation with Councilor Medeiros as well. We want to set up a meeting with you guys,
Excellent.
the province, the feds, because I think we have a lot of body parts moving separately.
Yep.
Nobody's really moving in sync. And at the end of the day, in almost every case, the burden always falls on the municipality. We don't get any supports from the province or the feds. So that's something we'll reach out to you.
So let's talk about that, because certainly I want to be able to advocate from that perspective too. I would just assure folks, we fill domestic enrollment and our obligation on that front first and foremost.
Right.
International students are not taking domestic
And so the
seats.
WSO, like I mentioned, they're not compensated, they're not funded from the conversations that I've had with them.
Pardon me, sorry.
The WSO,
Yeah.
who you guys work with, they're not compensated or funded at all. So they're just doing this as a service to some of these kids coming through. And so all the stakeholders, everybody, I think we should get at a table and have that. But we have one final speaker on the board, Councillor Santos.
Thank you through you, Chair, and thank you for coming in to delegate. We're always supportive of post-secondary institutions, but Councillor Dillon and some other councillors have brought up some of our concerns. I know that a few months ago or last month, sometime over the summer, a report came to Planning Committee regarding student housing and student affordable housing. We amended that particular recommendation to include developing a task force to include post-secondary institutions and the planning department. Just wondering if staff can fill us in very quickly on the progress of that and when we could anticipate another report coming back. And hopefully some of that outreach and work has been happening, and in the meantime, time, perhaps we can all sit down in the roundtable that was suggested to get further details. So over to staff.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, staff have been working on refining the approach. We've had an affordable housing advisory committee in place, and what we're looking to do is add the institutions to that. Now that group hasn't met for a little while, so we are reaching out to Sheridan and others to make sure we've got their representation. But I know through the Nordic Solutions and others, we've been discussing opportunities for us to work more closely together. We'll be bringing an update report forward before the end of the year to clarify the approach that we're going to take.
Okay, great. So there's some moving parts that have been happening on the issue. Obviously, with many post-secondary institutions very keen to coming to Brampton, which is awesome, I think we have to perhaps expedite the process as demonstrated by some of the concerns here expressed today. Thank you.
Thank you. And what I would say is this is a great example. We're not involved in those conversations. And so if the focus of the questions is about how we can do better and where there are opportunities for synergies or partnership, we would ask to be invited to the table and welcome the opportunity to be at the round table as proposed by Chair.
Right, so
Thank you.
no more speakers. Councilor Whillans moves receipt. All in favor? That carries, and so I guess you guys want a picture too, right?
Oh,
Councilor
yes, that would
Whillans
be
was
lovely.
recommending.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay,
Thank you.
let's take a picture.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. We're going to continue on with the delegations. We're at 6.2, which is a delegation from William Graham, who's a volunteer at the Knights of Columbus, Royal Canadian Legion, St. Vincent de Paul, regarding potential solutions to homelessness in Brampton. Welcome, William. Thank you, William. Just a reminder, you got 5 minutes.
Thank you. I also have some handouts. Good morning, Mayor Brown, Councillor, fellow citizens. Thank you for the time for allowing me to present. Also, Councillor Dillon, I enjoyed your opening comments. They're very nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's over 233,000 people homeless in Canada every year. While Peel Region, including Brampton, Caledon, and Mississauga, are better off than most places, homelessness is still a big problem, and I know you all realize that. You're well aware of it. Now, we have to ask ourselves, why are people homeless? Why are you and I not homeless? It doesn't take studies to find out a lot of these answers. Perhaps we're not homeless because we're working and we have adequate income. Perhaps we weren't beaten down and driven to the streets by abuse and violence in the home or workplace. Perhaps we're not homeless because we've got good physical health and mental stability. And perhaps we're not homeless because we aren't the victim of alcohol and drugs, other addictions, and many of you realize addictions are not that easy to walk away from. Aren't we fortunate that we have stable lives? And we have to realize all people are created equal, and as individuals, we have to take some responsibility. We are our brother's keeper. Let's share our good fortune. How do we go about this? First, we change our attitude about homeless people. They're people just like we are. They're no better, they're no worse. Many have great skills and great education. If we take the time to meet them and talk to them, we'll be very pleasantly surprised. We have to ask ourselves, is the person was homeless, if they were a family member or relation, what could we do to help them? I'm sure we'd do everything we could. Is there some place that needs help? Maybe some part-time help. Perhaps they could find a spot for the person to live. Perhaps a store with an empty room and washroom. Perhaps a motel or hotel with a spare room that they could give in return for some work and money for food. Perhaps a restaurant that needs some help, even part-time. Perhaps some student rooms at Sheridan College. Today I respectively ask all of you to think about this. Consider this as your personal challenge. First, I ask that you advocate for the homeless person. Don't put them down, advocate for them. I ask that you base your actions and relationships with the person you deal with for 4 things. First, the first one is love. Accept the person as an equal, love them as a human being. Respect. Show the person that you respect them. Talk to them as an equal. They'll return your respect. Spend more time listening than talking. Everyone has a story, and some people will surprise you. People that walk along and toss a sandwich to a homeless person, they're insulting them. They're not showing respect. Justice. Feel in your heart that if we were in a more just world, there would be less homeless people, perhaps none. Mediate for the person with their landlord or their employer. And the 4th thing is joy. If you don't get joy from helping your fellow man, then don't even try. Most volunteers will tell you that helping people is one of the most gratifying and satisfying things that they do. And you have a lot of people in Peel Region that are good examples of them. A lot of them not far from here at all. There's a lot of housing programs, there's support programs, but more is needed. Once the person has shelter, someone has to walk with them. Someone has to ensure they have money for food and clothing. Someone has to find something for them to do, something gainful. And if they do that, then all of a sudden in many cases, they get their self-confidence back and their self-worth. It's most important. Find help for addictions, if any. Assure them they're not alone and that you are walking with them. I respectfully ask each of you to take this up as a personal cause. Consider trying to help one person at a time. Talk to your small business owners. Visit the shelters, learn more. Question the shelter's conditions. Question the food they serve. Be aware of the resources in Peel. And there are a lot of good resources in Peel that most people don't know about. And share this information. Be willing to walk with them, even if it takes months or years. Often the person will fall down and needs to be helped and supported. And when they are finally on their feet, there's no greater feeling for you. Understand that addictions are not always that easy to walk away from. The handout you have, or that you will have, it has a label attached. I'm challenging each of you to find some homeless individual, to find some store, some restaurant, some service station, some business to speak with, convince them to put a label on their door and treat the homeless person with respect and welcoming them. They'll find that the person will return that respect. In the final outcome, I suggest that those of you that do this will gain more than the person you helped. Last fall, I was selling poppies at Square One. The best day I had last year was when a girl came up and said, "Hi, Bill." And I thought, I recognize you. She told me her name. She said, "I've been clean for 9 months and I'm working. I'm out Christmas shopping." We worked with that girl for 8 months, for 8 years rather. Times when she lost her child, when she was on the street, but hey, she's flying now. And that was my Christmas present. So in the final outcome, try to help people. Your city motto also tells me that you believe in this. Courage to do this. Trust in those you serve. Compassion, the feeling you have for the people you serve. And integrity, that all people are treated with respect. Thank you.
Beautifully said. Thank you. We got a speaker, Councillor Bowman, on the board.
Hello. Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Bill, for coming in. You are dead on, 100% correct. There are a lot of people who go hungry in this city every day.
Yes.
Councillor Santos and Vicente and I served Thanksgiving meal at Regeneration 2 weeks ago to over 100 homeless people.
Yes.
And I recounted on Facebook that, one of the gentlemen there, we actually served them. They sat down. It was just like they were in a restaurant. We all served them. And one gentleman looked at me and said, "Is there any more?" And I said, "Certainly. Would you like a second plate?" And he said, "If it's not too much trouble." And so I brought it to him. And at the end of the day, when we had finished doing dishes and cleaning up, he came to me and said, "I can't remember the last time my stomach was full." And that's what we have to deal with here. I personally am blessed, and my stomach has not been empty. But we've got to look out for those people that do. There's a lot of them in this city, and we do a lot of things. Next week, we're going to be hearing about the Gift of Giving Back, which is a food donation program that raised 96,000 pounds of food last year. And we'll be asking council to take part in that as well. But thank you for coming here and bringing the plight of so many to our attention. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor. I first met Regeneration 12 years ago. We did a homeless program with 125 bags Christmas morning and the 2 mornings afterwards. And I've been always very impressed with them, especially now with the new service that they do. And also you have neighbors across the street. You have many people in Brampton that do things. Thank you.
Thank you. And so just a reminder, just to recap, love and respect, talk to them as equals, listen to them, justice, and have joy as well. So really good takeaways for everybody here. And we want to just thank you, William, for coming down.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. So, Councillor Bowman moves receipt of the delegation. All in favor? Thank you. That carries. Next, we have Mr. Jotvinder Sodhi, who's a volunteer and advocate from the concerned residents of Brampton and the Home Owners Welfare Association. He's here to speak about public safety and affordable housing. Mr. Sodhi, always great to have you here. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Tillon, the chair and the members and the community members as well. So first of all, thank you for making the staff a good case for leaving the Peel region as is, and Ford Nation listened the Brampton over the Mississauga, and they kept it. So I think it's a positive note that how we approach them positively, and we get a positive responses back from the province and federals. As well as Guru Nanak Street, we really appreciate as a good gesture, 550 years. The teachings, just 30 seconds, the teachings of Guru Nanak is beyond the religious lines. It's for humanity. And we should respect all the religions, respective Christian, non-religious peoples, whoever wants to. It's a small gesture for a good cause. These controversies rather bring in more positive things to share the right information to the public. And thank you for Peter Robertson. He listened. I think he understands the concept behind it. It's a good gesture for him. He is honored to be part of that street. And going back to this one, on September 25th, we had a town hall meeting, which was attended by Paul Vicente, our regional councillor, then Gurpreet Dhillon, and then Sharmin Williams, Pat Fertini, Mr. Singh. Some MPPs showed up, and we came here. The rest of the council members and our honorable mayor was not able to attend due to their other priorities. So we discussed about two main issues, which is public is facing every day. Last week in my neighborhood, at gunpoint, people entered in the house. It's a terrible condition. An old lady was locked in. These things happening every day in and out. We can do so many town halls, but the action will be louder than the town halls. That was only just we wanted to do it and highlight the issues. We thank you for the council members who attended, who could not attend. We just would like to go quick and fast. That was our flyer. These are our council members. We thank you once again. And this is some of the audience members. There were around 250 people showed up from the community. It's a non-political event. It was from all political parties, all races. It's Canadian and Bramptonians. You see all the colors in there with diverse Brampton representation. So public safety, we have some statistics last week with the help of Patrick Brown. I think he's listening. We went to the Peel Police Board. 5-minute delegation went up to 30 minutes because this is a touching topic and everyone is concerned, including the board members. And unanimously they listen, they contribute, and we had a good discussion. And we will share it, so I will not state the data again, except 3,454 break-ins in 2016, 15% solvency rate, and 2007 cars stolen, 9.1% 2016, 17, 18, 19 statistics are very high. Break-ins in the jewelry shop, the hundreds of firearm shootings in Malton, Mississauga. Peel is kind of spike high right now. And we're looking for more police presence. We are willing to work with the city and the region as a concerned residents to support for the better funding from province and federals, positively, collaboratively, not blaming each other. So these are some more stats. And the other, affordable housing is another concern. We know safety is a concern, but same time under the shadow of safety, violation of people's personal rights is not appropriate, and wherever there's a concern, there's a safety concern, should be addressed. We agree with that, and work collaboratively with the residents to have those unregistered basement apartments, to legalize them, register them, work with them. When developer make a housing, they can have a side entrance. I think the planning department can note. I've been advocating for many years. Some of the council members are from previous terms, they were aware. They are allowed to make a side entrance on 2 feet. They can do whatever they want to. It's been approved. still under construction today, violations of the safety standard by the developers. When it comes to homeowner, why don't we give them opportunity to find the right path, work with them? They are the residents are contributing taxes, not the developers. Developers develop the site, they walk away. I think, thank you, Mr. Tillo and Mr. Singh. This week we got an email, or rather yesterday we got an email that after 7 years, 6 to 7 years, the community has been assumed after 6 years of struggle of residents. So these are the concerns. Positive, constructively, we are saying that has to be resolved. And grandfather rule has to be applied, and provincially, federally, these rules are applied. And planning to enforce policies on builders, not only on residents. So no more double standard. Sorry, this is a hard statement, but strict policies for taxpayer, freeway for builders. That's what we have been saying, that this is proven over and over. Even today, construction, if we can have like parking, if we could have a walkway at the end where it was 3 years back, we would have solved so many problems. They could have parked more cars. Then there is no cars on the street. There is less accidents. And same thing as the road safety is also a concern here. Thank you, Mayor Brown. He has brought in a motion in Peel Police Board meeting regarding to having a cameras on 410. We would like to have those cameras extended to the major intersections where accidents, violations are being by the residents. We are one of them. We are also part of this, the mess around us. So these are the few concerns. We can write more. We would like to, and this is our request to our Mayor Brown to have a meeting to discuss.
You got about a minute left.
We will finish it, sir. In a closing remarks, we want to thank you for the opportunity to bring these concerns to here. And city must focus on road safety, infrastructure, development opportunity. These are all written. I think we need more information. We are fully accessible whenever you want to. And whenever the policy has been developed by the staff right now, and we have given first-hand concerns to the 5 councillors right now to the team here, please bring us in before you make the rules. Then people are going to cry later on. Have us part of the team, have the concerned residents part of the team where you develop the right policies for the residents by considering the safety as a priority. We're not encouraging anyone to violate the safety standards. And affordable housing for the seniors too. Right now, wait time is 7-8 years. We need to work. This is the request. It's not like we are criticizing the city. While the elections, federal elections were going on, Mississauga, Mayor and the council was lobbying for, we'll finish it in those types, please. Lobbying for the bus, $487 million. I just read it yesterday. And the Brampton was debating on having a debates. So it's better we put in writing concrete plan and proposals to the federals and provincials and lobby, work with them, and residents will be fully backing you up once they see it's a transparently plan has been delivered. So that's pretty much it is.
Right.
Thank you very much. I hope I didn't go over.
No, it's fine, it's fine. So just before we get to our speakers, there's just a couple of updates, because I know you live in the McBean and Mayfield countryside area. And so Councillor Singh and I and the Mayor have had a number of, speaking to that particular area, we had a number of resident meetings. We had the meeting with yourself as well in your group.
Yes,
and there's a lot of stuff that came out of it. And so we have a meeting coming up with the Chief of Police. We're taking him on a tour of Ward 9 and 10. Following one of the meetings at Michael Murphy Park, the former interim chief increased patrolling there. There was about 5 or 6 people that were caught in relation to some of those bylaw issues. I know you spoke about traffic as well. Just this week, we spoke to the 21 Division Superintendent, Councillor Singh and myself, and so about 40 tickets were given on Beauvert in between Airport and Dixie Road as well. And so feedback from groups like yours in a lot of the community meetings, they're very, very beneficial, because you guys are the eyes and ears as to what's going on. And so we're able to relay that to the police. And so just another update, we're working with York Regional Police in the York region as well in regard to Highway 50. And so it might take a little bit of time, but it's all being worked on, and we appreciate you bringing it to our attention. So We have 3 speakers on the board, and we're going to go to Councillor Fortini first.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Holyford. I know you're very passionate. So we have a safety committee. Maybe you should come and delegate there on the safety. See how we can help, because we have a big round table. They all form a little bit of groups. And going back to the housing, maybe even come to the region, because mostly that's a regional issue. You know, we're pushing, but we can only push so far. The region is looking into more into housing, for affordable housing. It's backed up, I know, years. So maybe if you want to come there, we could add you to delegation there and come and do a delegation at the region appeal.
Yes, please. And Mayor Brown asked me to go for the Appeal Police Board. We have been on 25th. It was very positive response. And I think 30-minute discussion on a 5-minute delegation. It is very positive, and all board members are on board with us.
And I know we talk on the phone a lot, and thank you for the good things you do. I know you're very active in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Sodi, thank you so much for coming here today. I just have a quick question for you. Are you in general supportive of the city's efforts to hold public meetings all across the city and with different residents?
We support the town hall. We did it as a concerned resident, was to highlight the concerns. That's all. It was a positive, and we have approached, I think Mr. Tillon is one of the witness, and you were there, and it was very positive note. Nobody voting. There's no political bias in that meeting, and everyone was welcomed, and it was a positive. And we're looking forward and a resolution and an action. We can have 20 town halls. We can have 100 town halls. We need authority to take an action. If needs the funding, please state directly, hey, these are the things we have been approached the province, federals, and here the status is. Residents will definitely, taxpayers will definitely stand by city shoulder to shoulder.
Okay, thank you, through you, Chair. Because I noticed that when the city held a public forum at the Rose Theatre to engage with the MP candidates who were running in the previous election that just ended 2 weeks ago, I noticed that you weren't favorable towards the city with respect to us engaging with potential now MP representatives for the city of Brampton. And I would just ask you to consider that every engagement that the city chooses to have, whether it's by the city or by a member of council in a particular ward, or whether it's a town hall on the issue of budget or safety or how to build better neighborhoods, I think it's important for residents to recognize that this council has increased, perhaps by a factor of 100, the amount and the degree of engagement that we are doing with residents across the city. And so we need your support too, sir. So when we host these events, we need your support in the same way that we give you support when you host an event as well. And I think that that's constructive and important, because we need to have constructive dialogue, and comments need to be helpful and always towards finding a solution, as opposed to being critical of individual efforts by different members of council. So on behalf of myself and other members of council, I think I speak for everyone here, we need your support as well. Thank you.
Definitely, Paul. We had after the town hall, we had a long discussion, I think over 2 hours. It's a positive. And if you realize in my delegation right now, I spoke that during the debates happening in Brampton, Mississauga lobbied for funding, and they got it. Their application is already complete, as per yesterday. Has been submitted for $487 million for transportation funding. That's what I request is, humbly request is, please consider, don't take that, the words we say, because we all have, yes, you are an authority, council, we are at the other side of the fence because we are taxpayers. We want our efficient services of staff and council utilized in a positive way so that we get what we are looking for. We all have a same goal, no different. Maybe paths are a little bit here and there. We can align our paths, and we'll definitely support back and work together. That's why we are here today.
Thank you, Mr. Sodi. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Sodi, for coming here and delegating. And Councillor Fertini was thinking along the same lines as myself, of inviting you to the Community Safety Advisory Committee to come and share your slide deck and talk about some of the concerns that you're experiencing in the community, and from what you're hearing from people. And I'm so glad you brought up speeding, because just last week, a 7-year-old girl was hit by a car speeding right after school up McVeigh. She's in critical condition. The message hasn't gotten out there. And we don't know if she's going to make it or not. And right now, a family is devastated because somebody was just in a rush. So I'm so glad you brought that up. We need to be doing more to work together. I myself also has been in contact with the superintendent, and he's increasing police presence on McVeigh around that school area to send a message and hopefully give more tickets to people who are not taking care on the roads. So thank you for coming and delegating. It's really great to hear from you, and your support will be great, and we can coordinate on how you can come to the Safety Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Mayor Brown?
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. Welcome back to City Hall. Javinder, you mentioned in your comments that Mississauga made submissions and Brampton just debated debates. You may not know, but Brampton did make a submission, and we can get a copy for you, and certainly your help in promoting that. But Brampton was probably the first municipality that had it. I know at AMO and FCM, we were the only one that actually had a full booklet on our ask, detailed ask, detailed projects, and that was talked about a lot here. So maybe you missed that, but I think it's an important document for you to have a copy of, so that you can help champion Brampton's needs. The last thing I'd say is, the beauty of our democracy is that when people participate, and it's great that Javinder continues to participate. I know we've had some disagreements on issues like same-sex marriage or sex education, but at least you're showing up and participating. And the fact that you are at the region, you're at the police board, you're at the city, shows you care about our city, and we welcome that.
Thank you. Can I say 2 comments, 30 seconds each? Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Williams. I've been in a school council for 11 years in a row, school council chair member from Mississauga to Brampton, wherever I live, where my children go. I've been lobbied for a long time on the issues which affects our families, and I've been delegating to the Peel District Education Board as well. Mr. Brown, on your point, thank you very much. You brought in very valid points on the sex ed, and we believe in education at right age, and I still stand by, but you change your position. Initially, you were with us. That's okay. It's politics. Difference of opinion changes. Right. I may change my opinion too later on. So, let's work towards positive.
We're going to move on to the next
Thank you.
speaker, Councillor Singh.
Yeah. So.
Thank you.
I want to thank you for coming here, first of all. And actually, we have a report coming back on basement apartments that's supposed to come to council, I think, next month. So can you give the timelines of it? Would you know, so the public can know and attend?
Yeah, so through the chair, the intent is the report is going to be through in December, so we can
December.
The report.
Is there a date yet, or it's okay if there's not? I'll make everybody aware.
Sure, we can certainly promote it a bit too, and let
yeah,
people know
because
that it's
then
coming.
members of the community can come out, read the report as well. I know a lot of people are interested in that report. A lot of people have asked me for an update as well, so. When that report comes, we'll be keen to let people know, and then they can come delegate at that point, and that brings the community's input through delegations into that report as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We would like to have our input before you make a final decision. That's a humble request.
Right, so there's no other speakers, and just very quickly as well, I believe it was last term, maybe if Al can confirm, we moved a report back in terms of pilot project for park cameras, and so I think that's currently underway. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I believe the request was made to investigate the possibility of putting up some CCTV cameras in some parkettes in some different areas. I'm not sure council's made a decision on that yet.
Right, so I
we are
think
investigating.
that'll be coming back soon, I hope. So we'll get an update for you as well. And just to conclude the conversation as well, I think it's really important that we continue to get or to have a close relationship with our public. And I mentioned it before, and I mentioned it a number of times. We need the province to really step up. And one common thing you see is that there's a majority councillors at all these meetings, but the MPPs are not as present. And so you might have one or two, whereas you have a whole bunch of council members. So we're taking it very seriously. I know the mayor's been on TV really lobbying for these cameras on the 410, some of the gangs and gun funding as well. And so we really hope that you guys can really increase the lobbying and the pressure and the advocacy on the province. But we appreciate you coming today, Ms. Sordi, as always. And so Councilor Vicente, he moves receipt of the delegation. All in favor? Carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We are in contact with the MPs already, and we will start lobbying with the federal MPs soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So that completes 6.3. We have 4 more, 5 more delegations, and so it's about 12:15 right now. So we'll finish off the delegations, and then we'll take a break after that. And so just another reminder to ask questions of clarification to the delegations. And so 6.4 is Mr. Garnett Manning, who's a youth advocate, and Colin McLean as well as a certified trainer. They're here in regards to request for funding for Brampton Safety, which is the Sports Attitude Fitness Engagement Equals Transformed Youth Program. Welcome, Mr. Manning and Mr. McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Why am I feeling nervous in this house? But before you start the clock, I would like to respectfully beg to an extension, extra 5 minutes, if it is possible. We may somehow go over
moved by Councilor Vicente. All in favor?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
That carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of council, city staff, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present here today. I'm here to share with you a common concern for the safety and healthy development for the youth of the city of Brampton. And I believe that with your support today, we can make great progress together on this important priority for the present and future of the city of Brampton our youth represent. And I'm speaking about the launch of the Brampton Safety Program. SAFETY is the acronym for Sport, Attitude, Fitness, Engagement, Equal, Transformed Youth. So in essence, this is a 6-month plan that results in a comprehensive 2-day event that wraps character building around the gifting of new sporting equipment to economically challenged youth in our city. This program will help to build a foundation for a safer and healthier community for all of us. The Brampton Safety Program aligns with the city's resident and elected official concern with youth and safety. Specifically, it's aligned with the council community safety priority, which is a vision that focuses, and I quote, actively enhance the social capital within the community for more connected and engaged citizens, end of quote. It also aligned with Brampton 2016 youth engagement findings, which local youth in Brampton in this survey ranks safety as the #1 attribute that is important to them. And #2, the young people are calling for more festival, volunteer opportunities and youth program. Council, you and I know that there is a proven relationship between low income and crime. And unfortunately, the 2016 census indicate that there are more low-income neighborhoods in the city of Brampton than ever before. Academic studies, real-life experience tells us that sports and recreation deter youth from deviant behaviors. This is where the Brampton's safety program comes into play. So in collaboration with David Green, Trustee David Green, who was unable to attend today, and his Free for All Foundation, which is an incredible organization here in the city of Brampton, a number of community organizations and businesses, I believe that we can launch successfully this Brampton Safety Program. Sport plus attitude plus fitness plus engagement equal transformed youth. So this three-part Brampton Safety Program will help to build a safer community by offering at potential youth. So we're changing the narrative now. They're no longer youth at risk, but they are youth with tremendous potential. So the program will offer these disadvantaged young people free sports equipment, under mind and body safety training, and a first day event, fitness safety training, positive attitude coaching, drumming circle, safety and community partner basketball game, let's play informal game, and the second day, a community building award celebration, day 2 of the activities. And so let me pause at this point by saying this program, the Brampton Safety Program, is open to all youth in the city of Brampton. It is not geared to a specific culture or, in that sense, a specific race. It's for all young people that has this one thing in common: they're economically disadvantaged. So the safety program, as I said before, is a 2-day event that wraps character building and community building activities around the gifting of new sporting equipment. This, however, is just the start of building a long-lasting relationship with our youth, with our community partners, and our citizens. So it involves age-appropriate interaction, safety training, and mindset development workshop, fun group activities, and I spoke about the drumming class, community basketball game, music concerts, and sporting equipment gifting in the awards ceremony format. The Brampton Safety Program will contribute to a safer and healthier Brampton. At this point, I'm going to turn over to my co-presenter, Mr. Colin McLean, and then I will, you can control that, and then I'll just come back very quickly to talk a little bit about the budgetary implication of this.
Okay, thank you for your time. And now we're going to talk about, we know the initiative is about sports. It's not just about sports. We're going to include the youth in mindset development. And we know that proven stats have said that by having just sports, mindset, and social interaction, the youth are able to steer themselves away from actual potential crimes taking place. Now, we're looking for partners. We're currently in conversations with the Punjabi Sports, Canadian Tire, Canadian Sporting Goods Association. Now, let me take you to a resident. His name is perhaps Brian Smith. And Brian Smith is a young boy. He's excited. He wants to be in hockey. He has a passion for it. But here's the challenge. Economically, his parents aren't doing too well. We all know people of that. And who here has been in like hockey or knows how expensive hockey equipment is? So because he's not able to get the hockey equipment, then he starts looking for other avenues of interest. Where we come in is steering them away, and by having the supporters of the Punjabi Sports or Canadian Tire contributing to these equipment, this will make his life much better and on the path for success. Now, I'm part of a organization. It's the Finesse program. I have stats here I can share with you later on about our success, but we are tapping into the youth to help them grow, overcome, and achieve. We've done many workshops. our program is consisting of many trainers and sports facilitators. So we have a social worker on staff. We have professional sports trainers who've done professional sports training, as well as for high school students, football. So we don't just have one or two. We have many coaches we can change and switch. And then I'm doing the mindset, and we talked about the holistic approach of the drumming. We have, so how it would work is if you go to page 9, do you all have copies of our notes? Page 9 is going to take you an aerial view, a bird's eye view of what it looks like. So it's about rotating. And we have, at the very top, we have people doing exercise and endurance. So Billy would actually learn about endurance. Next is my stuff, which is the mindset, reprogramming. So I teach the youth about how to grow, overcome, and achieve, because we all know in the game of life, you got to have the mindset of a champion. That's exactly what I teach. Moving on, we have the drumming circle. It creates social interaction. It creates engagement, more of a spirituality, and it calms the kids and gets them more talking socially. After that, we have another activity. Now, the young man we talked about, he's got a sister. She's only maybe, we'll say 8, cute as a button, blue-eyed girl, blonde hair, and she wants to do not just hockey. She's more into maybe dance. We're looking to have maybe dance instruction. We're looking to have a subsection where you can maybe do a game of hockey or even like soccer. Next on the list is where you all come in. How many of you do enjoy interacting with your community? Show of hands. Yes? So this is where I need you, the pillar of the community, to take part in a basketball game. Seeing that you are the pillar of the community, we're including the police force, ambulance, fire, all of them. And how great would that be having the youth see you interacting with them? But it doesn't stop there. After that's finished, the next day we're going to reinforce the relationships you've already built on a breakfast where we have motivational speakers. We're looking to have Pinball Clemens possibly. We've partnered with other community programs which will be taking part in this. How many times have you heard we don't know where to go for a certain service? We're including them all in the process so they can be fully present. And when a community is working together, playing together, eating together, is it safe to say it's more of a safer community? Yes, yes? Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's exactly what we're really doing. And we're looking to have...
Mr. Chair, sorry, we've lost quorum. The mayor is not counted for quorum. So we have to stop for a moment.
Okay.
So we got to stop until we get quorum back. So we'll just recess for a couple minutes.
Got it.
And we're back.
Okay, thank you for your time. Okay, so what we're looking at is partnership. This is not just a one-off thing, it's many things. We're looking to get more partners in the future. It's not just a flash in the pan, because we are safe to say that the community needs engagement and partners. We're looking for partners for funding. We're reaching out to the police, Pinball Clemens, there's interest, Pizza Depot, so it's bringing back in the community services to feed this initiative. United Way, Roots Community Service, we have Hockey Helpers, City of Brampton. So when a community is working on an initiative, it's safe to say that we're trying to get the children before they start going to crime. And now we'll turn it over to Garnet Manning. Thank you for your time.
So just a quick reminder, you got about a minute left.
Right, that's fine. Thank you. No, so we're just at the point, as you can see on the screen, that the partnership underway with local businesses and organizations relate to furnishing the in-kind 50,000 portion of the budget, and the funding from the city that we're requesting is 152,000 in support. As a split purchase donation arrangement with equipment, supplies, administrative and marketing cost, which is a part of the staffing cost as well. And second portion. And that portion gives you a breakdown of month to month. Now, we're actually out of October, but everything changed. Everything can be shifted to the next month or to 2 months, but it's going to be a 6 month from October to March in this sense. We may have to launch it depending on when council come back in council meeting to approve this, hopefully approve this. and we'll start from there. But as it is, you can see on your page as well and on the screen how a synopsis of how it breaks down. We could drill deeper into that if we need to as well, but that's the breakdown as it is. So I want to switch over here. Yeah, and that's just a 6 months delivery, as you can see on the screen and also on your handout. So I want to thank you very much for your patience and for your time.
Thank you.
And thank you very much for accepting us this morning.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, guys. And so
Questions?
we're going to start with Councilor Fortini.
Thank you, Garnet and Colin. It's always great when you have people coming in and trying to do anything for safety and all. So we have a safety committee. I know there's money there, so maybe we could ask you to come and delegate at the safety committee. And because I think there was money put aside for safety for youth and stuff. I'm not sure how it's going to work, but I think we did ask that question. It was referred. I was going to ask it, but we got deferred last time. So there's money there. And the rest, maybe we could send it back to staff, because I know they might, to do these sports, you'll probably need a facility to work in, school or stuff. So we'll send it back to staff and see how they could help out. But please come out to the safety committee, and we'll send it back for a report.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you. Mayor Brown?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Dillon. First of all, let me say that I welcome that you're coming with ideas when it comes to public safety. And there is a myriad of tools when it comes to public safety. It's not just more police officers. As you know, this council is looking at every aspect of how you build a safe community. We hired 55 new officers last year, but we're looking at things like the cameras. We're looking at things like Neighborhood Watch, how to bring communities together. But I think creating an environment, especially in vulnerable communities, to make sure that you build that sense of belonging to the community is important. It's sort of that downstream prevention. So I think this is great. I love the aspect of this that talked about, for children that couldn't afford sports equipment, how do you help them out? I'm a big fan of the work of the Free For All Foundation. I think David Green does exceptional work in our community. I've gone to a few of their things. If you've seen his camps, kids that can't afford camps are really given an incredible experience that engages them in our city. I think David Green is a gift to our city, honestly. I've got to know Pinball Clemens too, and the work of his foundation particularly are focused on vulnerable communities as well. And so I think this could be an important tool in our toolkit towards how do you build that safe community. There never is one magical solution, and when we have a spike in crime, people will say, we need this immediately, but there's a lot of work that goes into building the conditions for a safe community. And I think this is some really interesting idea. I know, speaking to David Green and to Garnet, a few months ago when we had the Neighborhood Watch discussion, I challenged you, and I said, Neighborhood Watch has brought up one idea, why don't you come up with another idea? So I thank you for taking up the challenge and saying that you want to participate. The strength of a community is when everyone participates. I think Councillor Fortini came up with the right procedural idea. I think there's two things that are required here. Yes, it should go to the Safe City Committee. That's what Neighborhood Watch did. They talked about their ideas there. But I think in terms of where the gaps may exist, because there may be some things you're talking about that already exist in the city, and there may be things that don't. I think if we could get a staff report that goes along with the reference to the Safe City Committee. So procedurally, if I could get some guidance from the clerk, if we wanted to have a motion to refer this to the Safe City Committee with a staff report analyzing the logistics on this and where gaps may exist in the city where this would be beneficial, what would be the wordsmithing for something like that?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So it could be an amendment to Councillor Fortini's referral motion to have the staff report back through the Brampton Community Safety Advisory Committee.
Yeah, so that's what Councillor Fortini asked for, a staff report. Yeah.
Yes, but I think I suspect what you're asking for then is the sort of what to be included in the staff report, and that would come
what I understood what you said is to come through the Community Safety Advisory Committee to address the matters that
Yeah,
you
I think it makes
discussed.
sense if it goes there first and just ask Councilor Fertini, when I'm referring to the staff report, I'd like to know where there's gaps. I'd like to know what may already exist and what may not exist, and also the reference to what would be required with facilities.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Fertini.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair again. And yes, I agree with what the mayor's saying. Just that I know that part of it is a safety issue, but also part of it is to do these sports, you need a facility.
Yes.
Right? So that's where the staff report will come in on that part to help you out there. And the safety part, we can end up going to the safety committee and bring it back in line with that report maybe in the new year. See how we can help out.
Beautiful, thank you.
Okay? And maybe we could see, when the next safety committee is, and I could add you to the Fred delegation or something.
See us there.
And just to explain a little further what I meant for the staff to delve into, I know you're talking about sports equipment for sort of vulnerable youth in our community, or we're just going to get them involved in a team concept. There are some existing city services that do that, and so I just want to make sure, and I know Canadian Tire has their own Jumpstart program, best to know how these could work in synergy and complement each other. That's what I mean, where there's gaps, to make sure we're not filling a gap that's already filled.
Yeah, exactly. Fully agree.
So, sorry, Councilor Fertini, you moved a referral back to staff?
Yes, and also to
Safe City Committee.
the Safe City.
Okay. Okay. So can you just highlight, Mayor Brown, since you're on the board already, what we're doing right now?
My understanding from Councilor Fertini's motion was referring this to the Safe City Committee with the addition of a staff report, just raising the few issues that Councilor Fertini and myself raised on, Councilor Fertini said locations, how this would work, and I raised gaps that may exist, so we're not filling a gap that's already full.
Okay, so I'm going to get you on one sec. So are you okay with what they said? You got all that? So we got another speaker, Councilor Willens.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Garnet, for coming in. Thank you. Also, maybe in that report, maybe staff could, through the Sports Alliance, what they're doing as well, because I know that when we were in lacrosse and baseball and hockey,
We're connected with them. We're going to be
we did help the low-income families, and it was sort of kept quiet, but we did help them with the equipment and registration fees. So maybe we can get a report back from Sports Alliance as well, because I know they do a lot of stuff. So that's perfect. Great. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you. So moved by Councilor Fertini. All in favor? Carries. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you coming in.
Okay.
6.5, delegation from Edward O'Brien, Brampton resident, regarding Brampton transit concerns, Presto card, and other matters. Welcome, Mr. O'Brien. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Sometime last year, coming from
Guys,
Bramley City Center.
sorry, can we get the attention of all council members? Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, sometime last year, I got on the Zoom bus at the Bramley City Center, coming towards Queen and Kennedy, and there was a young fellow and his 3-month-old baby sitting right behind the driver, and this driver was speeding, literally slammed on the brakes, and did not give a care about the public. And if that baby would have died on the bus, I would feel so sorry for the baby, the mother, the father, and city council that should be looking into issues over these problems with Brampton Transit. And I also got on a bus at Queen and Kennedy heading towards Laurel Crest, and the gentleman was just in front of the bus, and he went to make his right turn onto Laurel Crest, and this driver was speeding on the Zoom bus, which I did report to Peel Regional Police, and nothing is taken an outcome of this. I went back to the bus terminal, spoke to the security guards on site, and I asked him, did the Peel Regional Police come to the bus terminal to speak to this driver on this issue? And he literally kicked me off the bus at Laurel Crest and Queen Street and used foul language, and he was a very hyper bus driver, which is unacceptable to people in the public. And they are not looking out for safety. These bus drivers are pulling up to bus stops, opening front doors when they're not at a complete stop, endangering people's lives. Myself, I'm on a disability, sir, and stuff like this in Brampton should not happen.
Right.
And I've highlighted in my concerns with the ministry rules of bus drivers, everything is highlighted in green that City Council can look over and give me a response back on their decision.
Okay.
And with this Brampton bus deal, these guys got to learn to slow down and stop opening front doors before they come to a complete stop. And that is in the Ministry of Ontario Bus Driver Rules.
Mm-hmm. So, you've not come here because you want to, just because you've come here because you're a concerned resident and...
Yes, I'm concerned about the public and senior citizens
Right.
that ride Brampton Transit.
And I'm sorry that you had to come here, but we're also thankful that you came here to bring light to this issue. And so we have, Councilor Bowman, do you want to possibly let Alex speak to this first? Sure. And then we'll get to our speakers list.
Absolutely, and through to you, Chair. With Mr. O'Brien's comments, I mean, we take every input that we have. We have several from Mr. O'Brien. We thoroughly investigate them and take the appropriate action. And certainly we'd be more than happy to meet with Mr. O'Brien to discuss any further grievances he might have.
Okay. So we're going to move on to our speakers list now. Councilor Bowman.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for coming in. I can tell you're a little nervous, so don't.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, don't worry about it. We've chatted on numerous occasions about bus, but you also had on here something about the Presto card too.
Yes.
Yeah.
The
So I
Presto-
just wanted to make sure you got that all covered
Yes, the
beforehand.
Presco card that was given to me by the city of Brampton, I called the Zoom bus company yesterday, and the Presco number I give on the card is not registered in my name, and it's registered through the city of Brampton. And why is my name not on that card through Zoom in the first place? And I believe that's where the city has made the big mistake by issuing that card to me in a wrong person's name.
Okay. Alex, is there something about that?
Absolutely. Through the chair, the information we have is a bit different in terms of the serial numbers of the card. We'd be more than happy to sit down with Mr. O'Brien and resolve any issues he may have with his Presto card.
So, Alex, just one thing as well, question in terms of, an individual basis, you guys handle these issues, but is there ongoing coaching or training that our drivers get?
And to you, Chair, absolutely. So every call we get in from our customer, we thoroughly investigate. Our findings are then based on meeting with our employees. Our findings are also based on putting out further communication and further training to all our staff, which we've done in this case several times.
Right, and so say for example, a person like Mr. O'Brien makes a complaint about a particular bus driver on a route, and you kind of identify who that was. Is there a running track record, maybe of multiple complaints against that driver? So is it all recorded?
Absolutely. We have all the recordings of Mr. O'Brien's calls in. We also record all our actions towards anything that we do with our operators. I can't reveal that information due to other issues in terms of our human resources. But clearly we address every one, and we do have all that on record.
Right. And so, Mr. O'Brien, if there's any discussion that is that you might want to have, outstanding, you can certainly, Alex, we can reach out to Mr. O'Brien and have a conversation, right?
My other reports that I brought with me is my 5-year complaint with all my phone calls to Brampton Transit.
Right.
Which they need to double look into and find where they are making mistakes.
Right. So we can have that, we can set that conversation up, Alex, you and Mr. O'Brien then, right?
Absolutely, to you, Chair. I had the pleasure of meeting Mr. O'Brien before the start, and we'd be more than happy to sit down and meet with Mr. O'Brien.
So Alex will reach out to you, I guess, after, and then we can set up a time for you guys to have a discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you,
Thanks
Mr.
so much.
Chair. Thank you, everybody, and have a blissful week and a weekend.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
Appreciate
very much for your time.
Thank you. Moved by Councilor, what's your name?
Thing 3.
Bowman. Thing 3, to receive the delegation. All in favor? Thank you so much. Appreciate that. 6.6, Mr. Raghav Patel, Brampton resident. He's here in regards to a request for a crosswalk on McLaughlin between Lormel Gate and Sandalwood Parkway at bus stop number 22 and 2217. This is in Ward 2 and 6. Mr. Patel, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. So the reason I'm here today is to talk about an issue that's located on McLaughlin Road in between Sandalwood Parkway and Lowry Drive. So more specifically, the issue has to deal with bus stop 2217. As you can see, is located right in between Sandalwood Parkway and Lowry Drive on McLaughlin Road. So bus 2217 is right across the street from many businesses, but the main point of interest is that it's right across the street from the Gurdwara, the Sikh Sangat, Brampton. And a lot of the traffic that goes to bus stop 2217 are seniors looking to access that Gurdwara. And the main concern is that both of the crosswalks, if you want to safely cross McLaughlin Road, are around 400 meters away. And now for many of us, we would be very tempted to jaywalk across the street. Both of these, Sandalwood and Lowry Drive, are 400 meters away. And so now imagine for a senior citizen, someone hard on walking, someone with mobility issues, it would be very hard to justify to themselves to make the almost 1 kilometer trip to go up McLaughlin, cross the street, and then come back to Gurdwara. And so that's where the problem is. We have a lot of senior citizens crossing McLaughlin Road, jaywalking across it, right through the middle, and it's setting up for a very risky situation for them and the drivers. So I have a 1-minute video to share with you all. From the only way up across the street is bus stop 2217. I kid you not, I decided to go there and get some video evidence. It took me 30 seconds before this happened, and it's constantly happening throughout the day. And these two were pretty spry on their feet, but a lot of times you see people with walkers, people moving even slowly. And so really the only logical solution would be to create a pedestrian crosswalk. And there's just a couple things that this crosswalk should have. It should have signals that can be pressed and operated by the people needing to cross the street. There should be a visual signal that prompts drivers to stop. There should be markings on the road to indicate the presence and the area of the crosswalk. It should allow ample time for people with mobility issues to cross, and the curbs should be altered so the crosswalk is wheelchair accessible. That concludes my delegation. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Raghav. Councilor Willens, who's a local councilor, he's on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Chair. Thanks for coming in. I know it is quite a dangerous spot. I live about 200 meters from that crosswalk there. There's times that they shouldn't be crossing that road. There is lights to the south, there's lights to the north. But having said that, they do cross it quite frequently, and it is a busy area across the street, not only for those going to the temple, but for the businesses as well. Maybe we could maybe just request staff to bring this back, to review it and bring it back at budget, at the 2020 budget deliberation, see if we can do it. Because we do have these at other spots in the city, and there is one particularly by Lynch Avenue by the hospital, the new hospital, where a lot of seniors cross as well. And it's just a matter, it's just controlled by someone wanting to cross the street. I want to have staff look at it because I know it could cause implications because McLaughlin Road is probably one of the busiest north-south roads in the west side there. I have to wait sometimes 10 minutes to get out of my driveway, so I know how busy it is. So, but thanks for bringing this forward, because it is a concern for some of those, and there's a lot of, you're right, there is a lot of elderly gentlemen and women that go there to during the day, and it's not just certain times, it is throughout the day and in the evenings as well. So, and we're also looking at possibly moving that bus stop on the east side of the road south, because it's a little close to the TransCanada pumping station there as well. So we're looking at that as well. So, but thanks for coming in, but we'll get staff to look at it, and hopefully we'll have some money in the budget to put something there. Okay, well, thanks very much.
Sorry, is there, thank you, Councilor Willens. So is that a referral back to staff?
Yeah, they're going to bring in that budget.
Right. Is there, just a curiosity, an opportunity to look at also within these discussions to moving or the stop sign? Is there a bus stop on that side? Sorry, not stop sign, the bus stop. Is there a bus stop on that side they're crossing from?
So certainly to Chair Dillon, we definitely would be looking at moving the stop where it's currently by the fence on McLaughlin Road further south, and we'd definitely be looking at a potential shelter there as well, because we believe that would meet the criteria of the 2020 shelter program. So certainly we'll work with our traffic folks in coming back with a report to council and making some of those recommendations or suggestions.
Does that bus loop around and come back south from some point, at some point?
That one there kind of loops around in a different area.
Okay.
But the southbound stop does have the shelter there, which is across the street, so the pedestrian, if there was some type of crossing there, it would facilitate both locations on the east side and the west side.
Right, so you guys will, I guess, have this conversation together.
Absolutely,
right?
we will.
And come
Absolutely.
back. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Councilor Williams. Yep.
Just one extra point. It's not so much the people that are getting off the buses and crossing. It's more of a lot of the pedestrians that are coming across from Queen Mary along the park pathways and coming down, because there is quite a distance to the light south and north. So that's more the concern. The bus is more. The bus station is a little different. That's a little different.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. So there's a referral moved by Councilor Willens. All in favor? Yep, that carries. Thank you. So that was 6.6. We got 2 delegations left. The next one is 6.7, which is a delegation from Scott Curry, who's a teacher, Megan Dong, Ashley Aurora, and Neha Joseph, who are students from St. Augustine Secondary School, in regards to the Southern California Institute of Architecture workshop, St. Augustine Secondary School, which is at St. Augustine, Jean Augustine Secondary School, on November 19th to the 22nd. Welcome, guys, and you have 5 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon, council members. My name is Megan Duong. I'm Neha Joseph.
My name is Ashley Aurora.
And we are 3 students from Jean Augustine Secondary School in grades 11 and 12. And we are here to present to you our event, Pop Art Toronto, presented by The Collective, SCIARC University, and Peel District School Board, bringing students experiential architecture.
So The Collective is a student-led design group that works to push the boundaries of all concepts of design. We usually work with entrepreneurs, and
we specialize in a lot of various different design fields, as you see on your screen. That's just a list of the different mediums that we specialize in. And for more information on The Collective, you can always visit our website, thecollective.com. And also, there's some images on the screen, as you can see, of just different pieces that we've been working on, and you can really see the talent level that the students possess.
So within our space, our facility holds a lot of
different high level, state-of-the-art technology. In fact, one of the things that we have in our tech lab is a Fortis 3D printer, which is actually the only one that exists in Canada for a high school. So we're the only high school in Canada that has a Fortis 3D printer. We also have a lot of different things like Wacom Cintiqs and tablets. Again, just really high state-of-the-art technology that allows us to exercise our talents and our skills.
So the university that we're partnering with for this event is the Southern California Institute of Architecture, otherwise known as SCIARC, and they're ranked the 8th best architectural school in the entire world. They're based in Los Angeles, California, and in the US, and up on the screen you can see there's a few images of their prestigious work. So these are also a few images of their facility, and you can kind of wrap your head around their work environment and kind of the design space they use to create all these amazing projects.
So the collective and SciArc University are coming together to create Pop Arc Toronto, a week-long architectural workshop event presented to students from November 19th to 22nd, followed by a showcase on November 23rd, all held at our school, Jean Augustine Secondary School. During this week, students will be working with 2 professors from the university, just developing their skills in all things architecture and designs, pushing their skills and working on their portfolio.
So this event schedule that we compiled with SciArc is 4 days and an 8 to 3 school day. So the students that are participating in this event are going to be driving architecture and design for a full school day. And in the morning and afternoon, you can see that there's slotted open work times in which we hope you, the council members, and Mayor Patrick Brown can come visit and see the amazing work that these students are going to work on through the workshop and the entire process of this.
As mentioned before, the workshop is followed by a showcase event on November 23rd. This showcase event will take place from 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock, in which students are able to present all of the amazing work that they have been creating throughout the entire week. Here during the showcase, SciArc will be speaking about the undergraduate program. However, we do encourage you council members and our mayor, as well as any other people within the community, to come and see the students' work and just kind of see the talent level that we possess here in Brampton.
So the attendees that will be participating in the event consist of around 20 grade 11 students, 15 of which will be from our school, Jean Augustine, along with 5 students from nearby schools as well. These are students with strong passions toward architecture, and the reason for being grade 11 is so that they have a year to develop their skills and portfolio with the work that they've learned throughout the workshop.
So as far as the budget goes, we've kind of estimated that it would cost about over $2,000 to run this event. Now, initially, it may seem that it is quite expensive. However, at the end of the day, the materials that the students will be using are expensive. In addition, though, we are working with multiple different community partners who are gracious enough to donate a bunch of different materials, reducing that cost.
So now you may be wondering, why are we here and what is the significance of all this? What we are doing is we're bringing architecture to Brampton. We are aware that architecture is looking to be emphasized in the Brampton 2040 vision, and we also know that not many people come to Brampton to look for a career in architecture. However, with this event and this opportunity with SciArc, we are really pushing those perceptions and changing that and helping you guys strive towards your goal.
So experiential learning is not too commonly found in high schools right now, but our school does push and strongly believe in inquiry-based learning and hands-on experience. What experiential learning is providing us with is so that rather than sitting in a common lecture room listening and intaking information, what we do is actually build with our hands while also learning, which is proven to be a better form of learning.
And lastly, through this event, we're bringing international programming. So aside from the obvious of bringing an international school to here to work with our students in Brampton, we plan on by the end of April to take the top 5 students with promising architectural talents and send them to SciArc in LA and have them experience their facility, go to their open house, and overall just learn from SciArc in LA so that they can come back to Brampton and bring all these newfound skills that they learned. And that concludes our presentation of Pop Arc Toronto. We thank you for your time, and we would like to take any questions.
Thank you so much, guys. Great presentation.
Thank you.
And you guys did really well. We have Councillor Santos on board.
Thank you so much. Through you, Chair, happy to receive the report and fantastic presentation and work. We always love seeing young people delegating to council. And Councillor Vicente and I, and I'm sure other councillors will be there to support this event and the creativity and innovation that our young people in Brampton have, as well as on the 23rd. In terms of the request, thank you for coming forward with the request. It's a nominal request, so we're going to receive the report. And Councillor Vicente and I were just chatting here. We will help you find the sponsorship money to make sure that your cost, the $2,200, will be covered. So that's a commitment from us.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Santos and Mayor Brown.
How do you follow Councillor Santos when she agrees with everything that you've asked for? Good job, Councillor Vicente and Santos. Same thing. This is wonderful. Love your creativity. Love your innovation. And if you send me the details to my office, we'll make sure that I'll be there with bells on, and we can help promote it on social media as well. But You know, when you see young people such as yourselves here at City Hall, it gives you a lot of optimism for the future that when we have such bright individuals that'll be seizing the reins of the city in the generations ahead. So congratulations and well spoken today.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys, and we appreciate you coming out. Councilor Santos has moved a receipt of your delegation. All in favor? Oh, we got another one. Councilor Willens.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you for coming out. I was fortunate enough to go to when you guys were involved with the school was involved with the planning, the 2040 planning vision. You guys laid out what you wanted to see. I know Councilor Santos and Vicente showed up there. We were there at different times and listened to how you should build the city, and I was very impressed. So there's no doubt that this is going to be a great event as well. And we'll see, since you're just south of our wards, we'll see what Councilor Pleschnack can do to maybe find some sponsors as well for this as well. Okay, great. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Moved by Councilor Santos. All in favor? Carries. Thanks so much, guys, for coming out. We are at our final delegation. So it's a delegation from Neil Davis, Maria Brito, and Sonia Khan in regards to healthy community initiatives. Are they here? No. They are not here. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, okay, so they were here in regards to 10.3.2, so we'll wait till that comes in the agenda. So before we break, I think Mayor Brown wants to make a really, really important announcement.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. We've all celebrated the fact that Councillor Dillon, Councillor Willens is one of our elders. Well, this weekend, one of our members of our team, Brampton, is becoming older, and we want to celebrate his growing wisdom. Councillor Medeiros has a birthday this weekend, and I've been told that Sri Valancourt has arranged a cake to have at lunch. So there's a cake for members of council to cut and celebrate Marta Medeiros joining the rest of us in old age.
Thank you so much, and happy birthday from everybody. And we are going to take a break now. I've heard 1:40. Is 1:40 okay? 1:45? 1:45 it is. See you soon. Welcome back, everybody. For the break, we concluded the delegations. 6.9, we've confirmed they are not attending. Oh, sorry, 6.8. So we're going to move on to the Economic Development and Culture section of the agenda. And so 7.1, there are no staff presentations. There are no reports. We do have a couple of people on the board, though. Councilor Willens.
Yeah, just quickly, if I could, I would like to, with the indulgence of council, reopen the agenda so I can add an item, not for discussion, but a notice of motion for a future committee meeting. I'll give you what it is. Councilor Pleshy, unfortunately, was supposed to bring it, but he's at home sick with his 2 kids, so I just received it now. So.
Yep, no worries. Move to reopen the agenda by Councilor Willens. Do we have quorum? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All in favor? Yep, that carries.
Okay, perfect.
You got the floor.
Yep. Thank you. I'm not going to have discussion. I'm going to give everybody a copy of it, and then so you have it for future discussion in the next meeting. It has to do with bus safety in the schools and stuff. So I'll hand it out to everybody if Peter wants to. But we're not going to discuss it today. It's just for a notice of motion for next meeting. Thank you.
So could this not have been added? Does it have to be added here, or could not?
It's just a notice of motion. It's just for clarification. It's just a notice of motion for the next meeting, so you have time to read it, look into
Gotcha.
it, find out what it's about. Because I don't know a lot about it myself. I want to make sure the council's got an opportunity to look into it.
Gotcha. Perfect. So the motion is to
You, Mr. Chair, there is no motion because it's properly filed in accordance with the procedure bylaw. That's giving notice for the next meeting on
So
November
that's all it
13th.
is, no,
That's
so
it.
we don't need to do anything, right? Okay, perfect. So just for, I guess, anybody watching, this is in regards to bus safety, is that correct? Okay. Oh, sorry, Council Williams.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. After looking into my declaration on pecuniary interests on the item 6.4 delegation, I do not have a pecuniary interest in that matter because I do not have any family members related to the delegation and all that stuff. So
you're taking it
So
back?
if you could just note that for the minutes. But I actually don't have a pecuniary interest.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Snow reports. There are a couple of, well, there's about 4 added items or new items. So 7.3.1 is the update on post-secondary. Is there anything, there's no updates for that? Nothing? Okay. 7.3.2 is a discussion at the request of Councilor Medeiros on the future use of Gage Park. We'll come back to that. He's not here. He had to step out for some other business. So we'll come back to 7.3.2. 7.3.3 is the discussion at the request of Councilor Bowman regarding the pumpkin party.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair. I learned, I guess, last Friday that the 11th annual pumpkin party will not be the 11th annual pumpkin party, that we are not having a pumpkin party this year. My concern over this is, first of all, this event was a good event. The purpose of the event falls directly in line with recent motions that have been made as far as climate and environmentalism, because this was teaching young kids the value of recycling and recycling their pumpkins. I know there was a cost to this pumpkin party, but it was a good event in the past 10 years. We were looking forward to it, and I still have residents who fully intend on bringing their pumpkins down on Friday because there has been no communication to the public that this is not happening. So I just wondered, how did this decision get made and why we weren't informed about it so that we could put it out in media?
My understanding is that it was not part of the approved events list that came to council for approval. The events that were approved were more aligned with delivering the cultural master plan. My understanding about the event itself is that there was a declining in attendance over the last couple of years. So it was determined that we would not put it on our events list and we would not proceed with it. I believe that the region has been engaged to take any pumpkins that people are going to be bringing to the square and that they will be recycled. So to your point about ensuring that we are continuing with the message about being green, that pumpkins will be taken by the region to be composted as well.
Okay, because last year when we were in discussions about this particular event, we were also in discussions to expand it to Mount Pleasant and was it Ching Park? Gore Meadows. And so I guess none of that's happening. And again, my concern is that we haven't let anybody know that this isn't happening.
Yeah, so we should put out a communication to ensure over social media that people know that it's not a formal event this year. I don't know if you could answer the first part.
Through the chair, we are working with our corporate partners to ensure that there is messaging in regards to this event and that it is not taking place this year, and also different ways that we will be working with our partners, our regional partners, to ensure that there's communication about composting and how to go about composting pumpkins with the region appeal. In terms of the event listing and what was approved, to Claire's point, it was based heavily on the mandate of the event itself, and that the events that we do have as part of our listing is more in line with the cultural master plan, and due to its decline, that was taken off, as well as Brampton.
Okay. I will suggest, I'm not going to put a motion together, that we relook at this for next year, because again, we've already moved and council has approved both here and at the region that we're talking about climate emergency. And I mean, this event falls right within the educational aspect of the environmental and sustainability and recycling issues. So I believe there are ways to do this very inexpensively. I mean, you don't need magicians and light shows because we didn't have them in the first few years that it was had. So again, I'm disappointed that we're not having it, but I think we should be getting the word out immediately so that we don't have residents showing up on Friday with their pumpkins, leaving them in the square. Thank you.
So, sorry, question to, before we get to Councillor Vicente, do you suspect there will be quite a few people coming to this? Maybe is there something that we can do last second? Put something together, just as a contingency.
Through the chair, this event would have taken place on November 1st, which is just 2 days away, so it would be heavy on staff resources and pulling people from the different priorities throughout the corporation to ensure that we could get something like that turned around in 24 hours.
Is there signage on the, where is it, at Garden Square?
In the square.
Yes, can we not put signs up that's on the screens or
yes, so,
somewhere?
We are working with the Rose Theater as well, so the composting bin will be available, and operations staff of Cultural Services will be there to ensure that pumpkins do get composted. But we will work with our corporate communications department to ensure that we do have signage on the large screen in Garden Square.
Right, because I just retweeted there's a way to dispose your pumpkin that the city just did. So if there's anything else, we can all retweet that to get and post it on our social media as well. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to suggest that if some folks do come by the square and decide to drop off their pumpkins because it's a tradition, then certainly they can do that. They know exactly where the spot is. Would it be council's desire to see this expanded and done properly next year? Because if so, I think council would be, staff would be looking for that clear direction.
I'm sure we can budget.
You want to respond? No?
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Willens.
Just quickly, just so that new staff know, I was quite surprised we're not having it either, and disappointed, but the decision's obviously been made. Just for quick facts, I was on the Brampton Clean City Committee when this got initiated, and they brought it forward to us. There was members that brought forward at the council of the day, that brought forward to us to see if this was a good idea. We thought it was a great idea, very successful, and as Councillor Bowman pointed out, it was very grassroots orientated, and we probably had over 300 or 400 pumpkins the very first event. But anyway, regardless, we are going to put it on social media. Heart Lake Happenings are having a similar event up at Morris Kerbal Park, so if anybody has area people that live in the vicinity up that area, they can tweet it out. They are going to be there at 6 o'clock, so they are doing what we did originally. So thank you, and I do agree we should try and look at maybe bringing this back. Thanks.
Mayor Brown.
Yeah, so I agree with Councillor Willens. I was a little bit surprised just to hear this. I went last year and it was a great enthusiasm, energy. I think children in our community love it. So if it's not possible to organize, obviously, with such limited time now, I think what you're hearing is, let's get this back on the calendar for next year. And if there's events that are going to be removed from the calendar, I think we need to have a more fulsome discussion about that, because I think Councillor Willens, who has a much longer history in that event than I do, could have echoed some of the concerns at the time.
Thank you, everybody. There's no other speakers. And so I guess you guys can work on the signage portion. Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Medeiros is back, and so we're going to jump back to 7.3.2, future use of Gage Park for events. Councilor Medeiros.
Thank you, Chair. My apologies. I've spoken with staff, and I'll be deferring this because I believe a report is coming to council in a couple of weeks or so.
So are we doing nothing? Stand it down?
No, we're just deferring it
Deferring
to
it?
next council.
Okay. So deferral is moved by Councilor Medeiros.
Perhaps the appropriate motion is to refer it back to staff for consideration, the pending staff report, and then when the report comes back,
Right.
there can be a fulsome conversation.
So as per what the clerk said, moved by Councilor Medeiros, all in favor? Carries. Thank you. So 7.3.2 is done, 7.3.3 is done. We move on to the discussion added by myself in regards to ward boundaries and population projection. And so I happened to look at our previous growth projections, and we've grown quite a bit since the last time we did an analysis back in 2013. And we're close to exceeding our growth projections for 2021. And so questions are, does this mean we need to look at our ward boundaries? Does this help us make the case for a stronger regional representation at the region? I don't know, because we don't have the latest data, and therefore I'm bringing a motion, Peter, that you can display. And essentially what it is have staff report back on population projections for existing ward boundaries for the next 3 election cycles. And so just to the clerk, is this something that is due?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. Staff are already doing some investigative work, and we can report back if this motion carries, hopefully by December.
Right. So it's pretty routine. This motion is on the screen. Councilor Fortini.
Thank you, through the chair. Just a quick question. So when we look at these ward boundaries, are we looking where the empty lands are going to be and hoping that in 10 years it's going to be developed to balance it? Or
So through you, Mr. Chair, all this motion is proposing is staff will report back based on the existing ward boundaries, what the population projections are for the next 3 election cycles, based on population projections that are provided by the planning department. And then council can have a debate and make a determination at that time if it wishes to rethink its ward boundaries.
when was the last one done? 2013?
It was started in 2012. It was requested by council in 2011, and it was finalized in 2013 in March with the ward boundary bylaw.
And my last question, if we have to change any boundaries, we have a year before, right? Until December of 2021 has to be done.
December 31st, 2021 is the ward boundaries have to be in effect and all appeals resolved.
Right, it has to be all resolved by then.
Right, so we need these numbers before we can even
Absolutely.
consider anything, and if that's up to council at that point, but this is like the necessary work that has to be done before that.
Yeah, and I'm looking in Ward 7 and 8, this where the growth's going to be compared to 7 and 8. Okay, thank you.
Right, and so just to add in as well, we're noticing, like, we have about 150 to 60,000 people Ward 9 and 10 right now, and so there's still areas that are growing, so it just became a concern for us, Councillor Singh and I, so which is why we requested this review to be done. Councillor Willens.
Yeah, thank you, through Chair. Thank you for bringing this forward. Councillor Singh in your wards and Councillor Pleshy in my wards are probably the two fastest growing wards in the city, so it's time we looked at this, so thank you.
Sorry, I accidentally took Councillor Fortini off by mistake. You're back on.
Thank you, through the chair. So the boundaries are not balanced now. I mean, the population is not pretty balanced. I thought 9 and 10, 7 and 8 were pretty close. I don't know about 2 and 6.
Through you, Mr. Chair, when the decision was made in 2013, it was to provide ward boundaries based on various criteria, of which one consistent criteria is a population variance of plus or minus 25% to try and keep relative representation levels. It was recognized at that point in time those would be appropriate boundaries for the 2014 election, the 2018 election, but we're starting to push the envelope with the 2022 election. So staff will go back and look at current population projections for the next 3 election cycles to bring that information back.
I do agree with the councillor there. 9 and 10 is going to start to grow, and 2 and 6, I know even Ward 8 we have lots of empty land. Maybe we move Ward 7 over.
Yeah.
Okay, thank
so
you.
Ward 5 as well, and a number of different wards. No other speakers, so the motion is on the screen, moved by myself. All in favor? Yep, carries. There is no correspondence for 7.4. Councilors' question period, 7.5. Do any councilors have any questions? None. Public question period. Anybody from the public have any questions in regards to the... Sylvia's not here. So move on to corporate services.
All right, we'll begin the corporate services section. We have no staff presentation. One report, 8.2.1, has been deferred, and 8.2.2 has been put in consent. So we're on 8.3.1, which is a discussion item at the request of City Councilor William as the recognition of William Wilberforce.
Thank you, through the chair. So during the Toronto International Film Festival, I had this really great opportunity to attend the screening of Harriet. And it's going to be opening for wide distribution on Friday, so I want to encourage everybody to go see it. But the movie is about the life of Harriet Tubman, and who was also known as Black Moses. So Harriet Tubman was an abolitionist and a political activist who was born into slavery, and thank you. And Tubman escaped and subsequently made 13 missions to rescue approximately 70 enslaved people, including family friends, using the network of anti-slavery activists in safe houses known as the Underground Railroad. And even during the Civil War, she guided the raid at Combahee Ferry, which liberated over 700 slaves. So it's pretty amazing. So she was called the Black Moses because she led thousands of escaped slaves from the United States to freedom in Canada. And the film is a remarkable look at her, and it will make her even more famous. I think when I watched that film, I was like, this woman is hardcore. It was awesome. But, you know, there's one little known hero who made it possible for Canada to be the place for Harriet Tubman and her flock to seek refuge. They settled in places around southwestern Ontario, in places like Buxton, St. Catharines, Windsor, and Halifax, just to name a few. But that little known hero is William Wilberforce. He's little known in Canada because it is a little known fact that slavery once existed in Canada. But William Wilberforce freed the slaves in Canada and across the entire British Empire, advocating for the Abolition of Slavery Act through the British colonies, which received royal assent on August 28 in 1833 and took effect August 1st, 1834. So it is estimated that close to 800,000 slaves were eventually freed as a result of William Wilberforce's efforts and the introduction of the Slavery Abolition Act. Interestingly, his descendants live here in the GTA. And Wilberforce was an MP who became the leading voice of the abolition in Parliament and changed the course of history in Canada. And also made Canada such a haven for many people from the Caribbean as well. So in the Caribbean, William Wilberforce is highly recognized, as well as the emancipation of slaves. So the purpose of this motion is to direct staff to investigate and report on the best way to acknowledge and commemorate William Wilberforce and the emancipation of slaves in Canada through his efforts in Parliament. So I have the motion, it's up on the screen. Whereas October is Black History Month in the UK, and whereas British MP William Wilberforce or Hall from 1870 took up the cause of abolition after meeting a former slave trader, John Newton, and whereas Wilberforce became the parliamentary spokesperson for the campaign to end slavery in the British colonies, including Canada. And whereas Wilberforce tried on multiple attempts to introduce and pass legislation to abolish slavery, and whereas an act for the abolition of slavery through the British colonies received royal assent on August 28th, 1833 and took effect August 1st, 1834. Whereas the Abolition of Slavery Act made Canada a haven and destination for former escaped slaves from the U.S. traveling the Underground Railroad, and whereas descendants of William Wilberforce live in the GTA, and whereas Brampton City Council has previously declared August to be Emancipation Month. Therefore, be it resolved that the CAO be directed to report on ways to acknowledge the legacy of William Wilberforce's efforts to end slavery in Canada, and further that the report include, but not be exclusive to, the possible naming of street assets like roads, buildings, etc., with a possible plan to formally announce any naming or acknowledgement in time for August 2020 Emancipation event in Brampton.
Okay, are you done with the?
I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we'll open it up, but I just have a question, a clarification from the clerk. So it's saying to report back, but do we have a naming committee, and can we just send it directly there? Yep.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if this carries, there is a commemorative naming process for facilities that's already in an existing policy, the asset management policy or naming policy, and this motion would go through that process to appropriately identify possible facilities, assets that could be named in accordance with this.
Okay. So would it be still a report back coming, or would it just start the process?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it may not necessarily necessitate a report, because if the request is to look for naming opportunities, then that in itself would feed through the naming process and be appropriately considered.
Look at that. Okay, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. Just a question for the clerk. We do have that naming committee. Is it a prerequisite that council discuss and make a motion for anybody to put their name or to put a place in for the naming committee to consider? Or I'm just wondering, because we're doing a lot of these lately, and I don't know whether there's a shorter route to do this, whether we just put it through to the naming committee and have the naming committee come back to us. I don't know what the process is for that.
So through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps staff are planning to report shortly on commemorative facility and street naming, and they're two separate processes. So street naming, as we discussed this morning, irrespective of decisions that are made, it has to go through a Peel Street Naming Committee process because of emergency response and no duplication. For facility naming, each municipality can establish its own process. This council has established its asset naming policy, and council has subsequently passed a motion to say that there will be reference committees set up based on wards that would include the ward councillors and the mayor to vet any name requests that can come in. It doesn't necessarily have to start through a council resolution. Any resident, any person can make a request through staff, through the website, and we'll be formalizing that in this new report. So if this were to carry, it would go through that facility naming process.
Okay, so basically you've answered my question, that anybody on council here, we don't have to necessarily debate this in a council meeting. We can put the name, there is a shortcut to do this. We can put the name through and the committee will come back to us.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, because any decision on renaming would have to come back to council in any event.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Santos.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, and I appreciate that Mr. Wilberforce was part of the movement to abolish slavery. I just have a question to staff. When we're doing these naming, does the process include research and a scan on the person itself?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll start. Usually if a request comes in, we ask for supporting information, but there is a bit of a vetting process that obviously staff would do, and it has to be consistent and meet the asset naming policy criteria.
So because, and I'd be interested to see what the vetting criteria is, because Councillor Vicente and I just did some preliminary research last night and then again this morning, just because when we're naming things, we're acknowledging people, we want to make sure we're inclusive and we don't offend folks at the same time. One of the things we found last night was Mr. Wallace, Wilberforce, not William Wallace, Wilberforce,
abolished slavery and was successful in doing so everywhere except in Sri Lanka. And also, we have found some information connected with a pro-life organization and naming of William Wilberforce under a pro-life organization. So I just want to make sure that when we're doing the vetting and perhaps some of these things, that appreciating the work that they've done on one side, but we don't want to offend a community in Brampton on the other side at the same time. So I just want to point that out. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, through the chair. Just a couple of questions. Did we set up a committee yet?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the way that the resolution of council carried is if a request came in a specific geographic area, then the reference committee would be established. So effectively, there are 5 reference committees, one for each pair of wards that include the 2 councillors and the mayor. We have not had a specific request that's come in through that process yet.
So like Park in Ward 7, so it would be me, Charmaine, and the mayor. So
That's correct.
So how's the meeting work? I requested this 3 months ago. How's these things work?
That would be through you, Mr. Chair, the subject of the report that's coming forward on commemorative facility and street naming. It still is a vetting process. It's not a decision-making process through that reference committee because ultimately council makes the final decision.
So when we name these parks and these streets, I thought, maybe I misunderstood. Isn't it someone has to live in Brampton? I remember when I was doing the park, or it could be anyone.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Something that did, sorry, that's right. Someone that did something in the past as a city, say, you know, we're going to pick someone from the other side of the world. That's what I thought. So I don't know.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it does speak to Bramptonians who've made contributions, but the criteria themselves are quite broad to recognize the diversity of Brampton and the fact that we come from communities all around the world, and there are people all around the world who make contributions to our citizens.
My own sake for the park.
All right, Councilor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to add to a point that Councillor Santos made with respect to the legislation that was brought about as a result of the work of William Wilberforce and other MPs at the time, I'm sure, there is that glaring exception to the abolition of slavery as it pertained to Sri Lanka. And that is because at the time, the East India Company operated in that area. And we all have heard the stories about the role that the East India Company had in India itself and the way in which folks from that country saw their work as being not good for the country of India. So there's a little bit here that we need to be careful about because there are some very strong feelings in the community about the role that Britain had in India and in other countries. So just want to advise caution as we proceed and look at this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon.
I want to thank Councillor Williams for bringing this forward. It's always important to learn about people in our history who've contributed a lot. And just out of curiosity, there's like, for example, Matthew DaCosta was the first free black man in Canada. I learned that from Jean Augustine as well. And so respectfully, just very out of curiosity, how did you come up with this? Was Matthew DaCosta on that list? Were there any other black Canadians throughout history that could have been considered as well? But this is also good too, but can't see you because this guy's big head is in the way now. But is anybody else you considered?
Thank you. Through the chair, the reason for emancipation or William Wilberforce is the connection to Emancipation Month in August, with which we declared. Also, there are a number of places in the Caribbean that pay homage through naming a park Emancipation Park, and so it's the recognition of the work that the key role he played to push it, bringing to his council at the time to push for the abolition, and saying that under the eyes of God, all humans are human, and that we should not be treating anyone as superior over anyone else, and that was largely due to the actual accounts that were given to him from MP Hall. They were horrific, and showing and actually documenting the way the slaves were traded during the slave trade, and he was just really against the way slaves were being treated, and just felt like he needed to do something to stop it. So he is a key role in the abolition of slaves for the Commonwealth. Unfortunately, some areas action wasn't taken right away, but he was the one that started it. He was the one that really pushed it, bringing to council more than once. Even after it was voted down more than once, he still pushed for it. So that's why he's a key person.
Okay, so I didn't realize. I thought he was black.
No.
He's actually, he was Anglo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. I know we've done a number of these namings recently, but I've said this before, I think it's important to really celebrate history and celebrate our mosaic. Now, having said that, we always have to do our due diligence. I look at last year, the recognition during Black History Month of John Shadrach, I thought was a beautiful symbol. You look at Azores Park, you look at Joseph Rizal Park, for the Azorean community in Brampton, they're going to look at that park and there's a lot of excitement about it. You saw the Filipino-Canadian reaction here at Brampton City Hall to Joseph Rizal, who was a freedom fighter from the Philippines. There was a sense of real belonging to the community, seeing the community represented in the infrastructure of the city. We do have an official process now, so I think going forward as much as possible it would be good to sort of follow that process of the advisory committee. But all these ideas are great. I got another one recently from the Lawrence Scotts. It turns out the first Black Canadian lieutenant in the Canadian Forces in the First World War actually has linkages here, linkages to Peel Region. And maybe that's someone that we should be celebrating. It was actually their request. And so I love hearing ideas. The only thing I'd say on this is obviously I've read the story of William Wilberforce, and I think his courage in exposing and fighting against slavery is something that we will all celebrate. And there's some great movies and books on him. The only aspect, just in your research, to do some due diligence on is obviously we don't want to jump into the debate over a woman's right to choose. And I know that there are some that hold William Wilberforce as a champion in the pro-life community. I would suggest that that's a debate that is left for the federal parliament. I think Canada has decided that they're not going to revisit the debate on a woman's right to choose. I think that debate is settled. It's been settled in the courts. It's been settled in Parliament. And so I just hesitate to say, hopefully this doesn't spark that debate around this table. I would think that would be a distraction to our work. And so that's the only thing I'm flagging. I love the celebration of the work of William Wilberforce against slavery, but we just need to make sure that that doesn't open another can of worms.
Thank you. Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So I'm just going to go out there and just say that I'm not going to support this after looking at a number of articles just now. And I think that in the spirit of trying to find somebody, I think there are other examples that we could probably choose. The Wilberforce Project in Alberta is named after William Wilberforce, who was known to be pro-life. And there's another piece of research that actually talks about Mr. Wilberforce being opposed to women's involvement and women's involvement in the movement itself, women's involvement in politics. And so unfortunately, based on all of those things, I can't support this, even being referred to staff. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you. I guess, again, I was going to wait probably to the public question period. These are great discussions, and I appreciate the time. I think Councilor Bowman made a good point that this can go directly to a process, because we have a process to deal with this. And I think in general, not to sway from the actual, is that we're spending too much time on a lot of things. I'm not a history professor. As far as I know, a lot of these don't hit our core objectives and priorities as a municipality. We're 1 year into it. We got 3 years to go. And I guess I'll wait till my public question period when I'm almost afraid to look at what a referred matters list is. And then after, I would almost want to time all these conversations that we have and sort of say how they relate to our municipal business. All these things are great initiatives. All these things are important. But to go send staff constantly to go do research on great historical figures and great cultural figures and all this stuff, and then after we have our residents complaining about traffic, complaining about core priorities, and that's what's driving me a little crazy here, is that these are great, important conversations, and respect to Councillor in question and other councillors with great discussions, and I understand that there's a time, and it's great that we bring this, but damn, we just keep going on these side issues that have nothing to do with our core responsibility and core mandate. So, I make an appeal to whoever's controlling the agenda. I make an appeal to, how these agenda briefings work between our CEO and the mayor, what it could be, what should be discussed, what shouldn't be discussed. I ask councillors to be a little bit more disciplined on this. If we had a process, this discussion here, as important as it is, and I feel enlightened, and, I think to the fact that, Portugal was one of the first countries was the first country to abolish slavery in the world. But yet, I do not want to enter into that discussion because it's just not the right forum and the right place. I do respect the fact that there is a connection with emancipation events, but again, we have a process. Follow the process. As we would tell our residents, there is an outlet to do it. It's great that we bring it here at times, but I think, guys, we're just too much time spent on things that are not relevant to our direct business. Sorry for the tirade.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. Sorry, Mayor. There you go.
I'm not condoning anybody. If he is a champion for pro-life, that's some people's opinion. Right now, the law says abortion is legal, which is fine. But, he was in a time where times were different. Let's ban Wilfrid Laurier from one of our one of our notes, because he said it was moral for Canada to take land from savage nations. Let's protest him. Sir John A. Macdonald said derogatory things, and I think was part of some, he was instrumental in some of the harm done to Indigenous people. Let's ban him. So who's perfect? And so, this guy, I never really knew much about, actually never heard of him. But he led the movement to free slaves. And the time was different. People's thinking and approach to things were different at the time. So if you guys are all willing to support protesting those guys, I'll support you. But I'm just saying, keep in mind that it's a different era. And I think you might want to look at the good he did. And if he was responsible for freeing, a lot of the black slaves, then it's good. It might be good for a debate or a discussion to have, but certainly, it's incredible, some of the things I'm able to read up on now, but how do you pick and choose who's bad? Pretty much, he without sin cast the first stone, essentially, and so I'll support Councilor Williams, and I just want to say thanks for bringing this. It's a learning opportunity for people to learn about our own history, Canadian history, and the history and the struggles of the black people.
Thank you. And just for clarification, Clerk, we're not actually naming the street with today. We're sending this off to the commemoration naming committee.
Through you, Mr. Chair, you're correct. If it gets through, it will come back with a recommendation to be added to a list.
Okay.
There's not a plethora of community centers or parks left to be named, so it'll be added to a list just as it would be for street naming if that were the case.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Brown.
Okay, so a question to the clerk. If we wanted to refer this to the street naming committee that we set up, the advisory committee, which is the councillor, the regional councillor, the mayor, and the representative from the street naming committee, how would we go about doing that?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So I believe if the intent is to process this name through the naming process in accordance with council's resolution and the current policy, all that would have to happen is the operative paragraph would be that this name be evaluated in accordance with the policy and the process. Because it's not geographic specific, it wouldn't go necessarily to the reference committee because that was set up for specific geographic areas. So this would be evaluated by staff in accordance with the asset naming policy, and if it met the tests and the criteria of the policy, it would be reported back to be added to a list for future naming at a city facility. If the intent is to go through street naming, then that would also go through the Peel Street Naming Committee, which is a regional committee, and if it's added, it would be added to the master list of street names available to the city.
I'm just trying to think of a way where, because I know there's good and bad here, and I don't want to lose the intention. Since some members have already said they're not supporting this, this suggestion is from Councillor Charmaine Williams in Ward, with the wards of Ward 7 and 8. So why don't we refer it to the Ward 7 and 8 Street Naming Committee, and then that committee can do the due diligence. Would that be a proper motion?
If that's the intent of committee, yes. Yes.
So can I put that motion forward? That way we don't get caught up in this debate of whether we're celebrating the end of slavery or championing a woman, championing the pro-life movement, and then we can see what the appropriate way to celebrate the abolition of slavery is if we refer this item to the street naming committee. And I'm sure, if successful, Councillor Williams wouldn't have any problem with it being in her ward.
Councillor Williams?
Thank you, through the chair. Just wanted to read the sentence again. That be directed to report ways to acknowledge the legacy of William Wilberforce. So that discussion is to be had. It's to acknowledge the legacy and come up with a way to acknowledge the legacy. Not necessarily saying street, you know what I mean? Yeah. That's the name, his name is what we need to use, like you said.
Yeah, and hearing that, just trying to bring people together here, we talk about the legacy. It may not be the name Wilberforce, it may be the law that passed the House of Commons in the UK ending slavery. Like there could be, it could be an Emancipation Park. And so there may be a way to bring everyone on the same page here. I think we send this to the street naming committee, give us a little bit of time to work on this. We'll find a solution that unites everyone. And I just have to say, Emancipation Park, like that one, no one's ever going to complain about that. We'd celebrate it.
And sorry, through you, Chair, just knowing that Canada became the haven for, Harriet Tubman and all of the slaves who left slavery in America, and knowing that we have such a strong connection to the Commonwealth and, British people from the Caribbean, in Brampton in particular, many people from the Caribbean, it's a part of our history, so.
Okay, so is the mayor moving an amendment then, or are we? Pardon?
Yeah. Just
okay.
So, Councillor Dillon just made a point, just for be accurate. Potential recognition of William Wilberforce or his legacy, just to be consistent.
Okay.
That way, we have the language there to wordsmith.
Yeah.
So I don't think it needs to be a motion. I understand Councillor Williams has taken it as a friendly.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor, for doing that. Councillor Fortini?
No, Councillor Williams.
Sure.
Just speaking to the referral. Yeah.
How long will this process take, Peter?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it depends, but presumably the meeting of the reference committee can happen quite soon. There'd probably be a request to the councillor's office for further supporting information. Staff may have to do some due diligence, and then there would be a meeting convened, the proposal evaluated, and then it would come back to council at some point in the future. And then, as I said, it would come back to be added to a list of some sort.
And so just to give an aspirational goal and timeline to Councillor Bertini, this reference committee you would be on, and so just be coordinating all our schedules to have the meeting. We could have the street naming staff there to help us with our own research. And I think a big goal could be, as we celebrate Black History Month in February, it would be great if we could get it done by then. But I think that would be consistent with the celebrations we've had in the past.
Well, that's not what I'm asking. The only reason I'm asking is I asked for a park going back a while back, and I haven't heard nothing about it. So how long does it take? It's going to take 4 months, 5 months, because I didn't hear nothing about mine. So if it goes through the committee, so not because I'm about this, because if it has to be done before February, it's going to take. I don't know if it'll be done by then. That's what
Okay, if staff doesn't know right now, maybe they can email you back tonight or find out where it's at. Okay. So we have the motion in front of us with a friendly amendment from Mayor Brown. Okay, a recorded vote has been requested. Yeah.
Are we voting the whole entire motion or just the one that's being moved by Mayor Brown?
So Mayor Brown is referring the motion to the naming committee, and then that will be discussed there, and they'll comb through the legacy and see what makes the most sense.
And so just to be clear, there is a proper vetting process?
Yep.
And there's
the
certain
clerk can,
criteria related to that?
Yep. And the clerk, would you like to comment on the vetting process? There is one at the committee.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there will be one. It'll be in accordance with the asset naming policy because it sets out the criteria for naming assets.
Okay.
Okay, and so to be clear on my side, just for point of order, I do support the idea of an emancipation park,
so
and
do I,
I'm still not on board with the William Wallaceburg person. Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Chair, there's one motion. It's the mayor's motion that's referring the motion and William Wilberforce or his legacy to the committee and it accomplishes the same thing that the motion is trying to accomplish.
Okay. Perfect.
And in fairness, if it's a friendly, I don't mind. It can be my motion, but if it's a friendly, it can be Councillor Williams' motion.
So I think your concerns, Councillor Santos, have also been captured. You've made it clear as well. So I think the idea that the mayor has clarified is that whether it's emancipation or it's actual bill that he passed, we will explore all options, and it'll go through some due diligence from staff as well. Okay? All right. And you recorded vote?
Yeah, by standing, and it's moved by me.
Yep, that's what.
Yeah, recorded vote by standing.
Recorded vote's been requested. Voting is now open. Oh, sorry, members can push their buttons. Oh. My apologies. Do you wish to do a standing vote?
No, it's, let's do standing.
Standing vote.
Electronic sign.
No, we have a standing vote?
Okay. All right.
So standing vote.
We request
all in favor of the motion, please stand to be counted. Showing in favor is Mayor Brown, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Fortini, Councillor Williams, Councillor Medeiros, Chair Singh, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Willens, Councillor Vicente, Councillor Santos. Mr. Chair, the motion carries unanimously, 10-0.
Okay, thank you. And I think the comments have also been pretty clear that as councillors, we should also use the new naming by area committees. All of us, that includes myself as well, because I have a lot more ideas, and instead of bringing them here, we should work through our own committees. I think that was clear from my councillor colleagues and the mayor as well. Okay, 8.4, seeing no correspondence. 8.5, councillor question period. Councillor Medeiros.
To our city, I'm not sure if it's through the city clerk or if it's Commissioner Patari. Our referred matters list. Can you tell me, give me an update on where we're at on the referred matters list?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can start. It was discussed at council last week. The referred matters list is probably in the high 120s for this year alone.
And what's the norm per 4 years?
The norm per year is 40 to 60. Councillor Singh raised this last week at council, and
Yeah.
so it's double. And so at Councillor Singh's request, the clerk's office will be convening a workshop with members of council to talk through referred matters and its symptoms, because I think it's symptomatic of other issues at meeting agendas. It's adding new business without proper notice, without proper background, to provide council, the public, and staff with appropriate information for a considered debate.
Now, through the chair, in terms of the agenda management, is that something that usually we approve it at the beginning, but for things that should be referred to other levels, or is that something that's done at the agenda process? I guess it's vetoed through executive committee before it comes to the mayor. Is that usually the process, the senior leadership team? Are they the ones who?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So council's procedure bylaw allows staff to bring reports forward to conduct the business of the corporation. It allows members to bring business forward in the form of a notice of motion properly filed at a council meeting, or a discussion item properly filed at a committee meeting, and it allows the public to bring items forward, as we have this morning, as long as it meets our procedure bylaw requirements for being submitted to the clerk's office by a submission deadline. So there's enough notice to get it on an agenda. If those things are met and it's within the jurisdiction of the municipality, and it's not a matter for which council has already decided and it's not a reconsideration, it's pretty broad in terms of getting business on the agenda. We also do try to vet requests for new items to make sure that they go to the appropriate committee. So if it is a cycling matter, presumably we try to ensure that it goes to the Cycling Advisory Committee first, as an example.
And I guess at the workshop, through the chair, we'll be looking at, for example, is it possible to identify how many staffing hours go into majority of these requests? And then after, if we can group them in a way that, based on what our strategic direction is, how much these referred matters, in terms of the outstanding matters, should be, coded accordingly, so that we can prioritize the work here at the municipality. Is that, that's just a consideration that maybe as direction, to ensure that we're moving ahead in a cohesive manner, and we're not doing a lot of work on the outside that really don't contribute to what we're trying to accomplish as a municipality.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can look at that. We certainly can break it down by what's council initiated, delegation initiated, staff initiated, because there's some staff reports that say staff will report back. We can try and break it down based in terms of fit within our strategic priorities. Sure. But everything that is on the list is, in my advice to council, within the jurisdiction of the city. Otherwise, the advice would have been provided at that point in time that this is beyond the jurisdiction of the city. And it is based on a vote of council or committee, as the case may be.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Dillon?
Oh, sorry, I'm not on the board.
Okay, Councillor Ferdini?
Thank you, through the chair. I'm glad Councillor Madero's mentioned it. I was going to say the cost. Can we see which actually, a lot of these deferred matters actually belongs at the city, or go somewhere else? Should be at the region or federal, provincial. And a lot of residents here, we're doing all kinds of stuff. Really, at the end of the day, we're not actually focusing on their needs. We have 120 deferred items. Are we going to enough about quarter as they come in, or we're going to jump because one has to be before the other? Meanwhile, we're weighing something for 8 months ago. Shouldn't we be working as they come in alphabetical order or a number, or are we just going to start mixing them up anyway?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can only start to comment. Departments may comment, but I think it depends on the urgency of the request, because at the end of the day, this is through a council vote. It's based on the scope of the issue involved and the amount of resources required to address the issue. Some are easier than others.
Yeah, and I agree. And I get that. But if we're waiting for something for 8 months and all of a sudden something comes up tomorrow or next week and it jumps ahead, I think, you got to work in line. Just like when you walk in a bank, everyone stands in line. And, all these extra hours. Okay, well, I'll wait for the staff report to come back.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other questions, we'll move on to public question period. Seeing none, it will continue on to the Public Works and Engineering section with the blessing of Councillor Vicente. And so 9.2.1 was put in consent, 9.2.2 was put in consent, 9.2.3 was put in consent. So we have 9.2.4, the alternate process for consideration of all-way stop signs, Ward 9. Do any members of council have any questions? Seeing none? Yes. Do you have a, okay, Councillor Dillon?
So I just want confirmation that the stop sign's indeed going up permanently.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Thanks.
Yep. So would you like to move the recommendations? Councillor Dillon has moved the recommendations. All those in favor? Okay, it carries. 9.5, any councillors' questions? Seeing none. Oh, correspondence, apologies, 9.4.1. It was added to consent. And we'll move on to public question period, 9.6. Do any members of the public have any questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to the community services section to be chaired by Councillor Santos.
Members of council, we are now in the community services section. There are no staff presentations, no reports. 10.3.1 was put into consent in minutes of Brampton Sports Hall of Fame, which brings us to item 10.3.2, discussion item at the request of City Councillor Williams, Healthy Community Initiatives. Councillor Williams.
Hi, thank you, through Madam Chair. This is about the Healthy Communities Initiative, and I do have a motion to bring forward. I've been in collaboration with the LINs and the staff for the Healthy Communities Initiative, as well as some of the board members and staff here at the city. And there is it was brought to us that November is Diabetes Awareness Month, and we have not proclaimed that here at the City of Brampton. So this motion is speaking to that. Whereas the Healthy Communities Initiatives has been actively addressing the rising prevalence of diabetes in the City of Brampton through the promotion of healthy eating and physical activity through the 5210 Prescription for Change campaign. Whereas the City of Brampton has been a Healthy Communities Initiative partner since 2015, supporting multi-sectoral projects that enable citizens to lead healthy lives and prevent the onset of chronic diseases like diabetes. Whereas over the last 2 decades, the diabetes incident rate for those aged 20 to 49 has almost doubled, with the prevalence of diabetes in Peel expected to rise over the coming years. Whereas the majority of neighborhoods with very high rates of diabetes were located in Brampton, and whereas MP Sonia Sidhu of Brampton South moved that Canada should be a leader in diabetes awareness by declaring November of every year as Diabetes Awareness Month. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Brampton recognize November as Diabetes Awareness Month and proclaim November 14th as World Diabetes Day.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williams.
Yeah, just to, through your chair, just to clarify the motion. So this is just to declare that we recognize Diabetes Month in November, because we're already a partner with Healthy Community Initiatives. I sit on the committee, and so does Councillor Bowman. So I'm not sure why we needed all these other whereases. Why don't we just recognize November as Diabetes Month? I think we're already working with, like, maybe you can clarify it, Peter, because we're already working with Healthy. Not that it's, nothing against the motion, but we're already working with them. So I'm not sure why we need to reopen. Is it just to clarify it, or? Because with the state of the LIN.
So I think there's some confusion. It sounds as if this was probably moved last year, apparently, or last term, and now it's coming back again to the floor.
Well, I didn't know we stopped working with them because we sit on the committee, so I'm not sure.
Okay, so for
clarification to continue on, then I'm okay with that. I'm just not clear.
Councillor Williams.
Yes, thank you, through Madam Chair. So the situation is this, the HCI is launching a diabetes awareness push for the month of November. And with this, because of the work that has been done with the City of Brampton and the LINs, they really want us to be able to promote it again. So the problem that we're faced with, and I think, I'm sure board members you're aware of, the LINs are dissolving and it's leaving HCI in a bit of a balance. Plus, HCI was acknowledged last term of council, but not necessarily this term of council. And many of us here aren't 100% aware of all of the activities and the great work that has been done. So when they, approached me about this, they would really like to see the city of Brampton work with all the promotional items and everything that they have provided as they start to recognize and do a big push for Diabetes Awareness Month. So that this is making that connection. And I'm going to loop Al in on this, or is it? Okay, no, it's okay. I can't remember if it was
So
your
I'm
other
just gonna chime in here. I don't think anyone would oppose recognizing November's Diabetes Awareness Month, but I think lesson learned is that when we put stuff on the agenda and don't communicate with counselors and staff as to what the item is going to be, what the motion is going to be, we are all going to be sitting on this council trying to figure out what is going on. And so to Martin Majeros's point in the conversation that happened before, I think it's important that counselors, when things come to the agenda, they communicate to the rest of council as to what potential motions may be coming forward, so we're not stuck in the situation trying to figure out what is going on.
Thank you, Chair. I'm still on the board. And so yes, thank you for bringing that up. But I do believe that Councillor Bowman and I have had these conversations, and that the plan is for HCI to be coming to council again at a future date to really make a push. And I know Councillor Bowman
I'm still on the board.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm okay with just the fact of recognizing the fact that the city is working with HCI, continue to work with HCI. I'm okay with that. I would have liked to have the conversation prior to this, but that's okay, because we've done a lot of work going forward. But I'm fine with this, that's fine. If we're just reiterating the fact that we are working with HCI, I'm good with that.
Okay, so we have Councillor Majeros.
Just quickly, thank you, Councillor Williams. I worked very closely with MP Sonia Sidhu on her work in diabetes, and I think certainly this is appropriate, and I would support the proclamation and recognize that we do have members of council who sit on the health initiatives, and so I think everyone's sort of moving in the same direction and working together on this. So thank you for bringing this forward, and let's vote.
Okay, motion is on the floor. All those in favor? It's carried. Next item of the agenda, discussion item at the request of Councillor Williams regarding financial supports to families with children.
Yes, I'm going to defer this motion. I've had some committee members would really like to come in and delegate, so I'm going to defer this this item to next committee. So that's what, the end of November? Because I know there's
Through you, Madam Chair, the next committee meeting is November 13th, 2 weeks from today.
Okay, so not November 13th, I'm going to go the one after that.
It would be December 4th is the next committee meeting after that.
Yeah, December 4th. Oh, okay. December 4th, it's fine. Yes.
Okay, so there's a deferral. Councillor Fortini?
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I just wanted to know maybe if we had some more information, this shouldn't even be here again. It should maybe go to the region because it is supporting families. It's a regional issue. I know. So if we had more information on it, because usually the region is the one that all support groups, it goes to the region. It's not a city issue. So what can we really do to help out?
Can we defer it?
Yeah.
So we have a deferral on the floor, which takes precedence. All those in favor for the deferral? Motion is carried. Next item is correspondence. There's no correspondence. Councilors' question period. Do any members of council have any questions regarding this section? Seeing none. Public question period. Any members of the public have any questions? Seeing none. Next item is the referred matters list, which is published and available on the city's website. Do any councilors have any questions regarding the referred matters list? Seeing none. Final section, next section is public question period. Do any members of the public have any questions related to any section and recommendations made here today? Seeing none.
Can I get a motion to move into closed session for the following items? 13.1, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. 13.2, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. 13.3, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. Move into closed. We will meet in the fourth floor boardroom in about 10 minutes. Thank you. 10. Thank you. We are back from closed session in the continuing interest of transparency and open government. I will report in public session any outcomes from today's closed session business. As a result of our closed session today, I wish to report the following. Item 13.1, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. This item was considered in closed session and direction was given to introduce a public motion, which the clerk will display on the screen. May I have a mover of the motion, Councillor Vicente, since it's in wards 1 and 5. All those in favor? Hands, please. Hands, please, at the end. Thank you. That motion is carried. Item 13.2, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. This item was considered and direction was given. Item 13.3, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. This item was considered in closed session and direction was given. May I have, no motion is considered there. And we are now down to adjournment. Thank you, Council, for your respectful consideration for staff, also for all the work that you continue to do for this council. Our next Committee of Council meeting is on November the 13th. May I have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Councillor Bowman. All those in favor, have a great afternoon.